The Jaipur region of Rajasthan lies on the eastern fringes of the Thar Desert, a semi-arid land cut southwest to northeast by the crazy Aravalli Hills. A labyrinth of fascinating bazaars, historic places and sites, Jaipur offers a chance to see the medieval alongside the modern. The historic city of Jaipur, or the City of Victory, was founded in 1727 AD by the great Kachawa ruler Savai Jai Singh II. Often called the Pink City because its prominent buildings are washed with this color. The old walled city is punctuated by gates, poles, like the Sanganer Gate and Ajmeri Gate. Of the 5 observatories built by Savai Jai Singh II, Jaipur's Jantar Mantar is the largest and best. A keen astronomer himself, Jai Singh was aware of the latest astronomical studies in the world. Built between 1728 and 1734, this observatory resembles a giant sculptural composition of 16 instruments and has been described as the most realistic and logical landscape in stone. Some of the instruments are still used to forecast how hot the summer months will be, the expected date of arrival, duration and intensity of monsoon, and the possibility of floods and famine. Occupying the heart of Jai Singh II, the city palace has been home to the rulers of Jaipur since the first half of the 18th century. The sprawling complex is a superb blend of Rajput and Mughal-style public building leading to private apartments. Today, a part of the complex is open to the public as the Maharaja Savai Man Singh II Museum, but the beautiful Chandra Mahal remains the residence of the erstwhile Maharaja. The first building in it is Mubarak Mahal, built by Maharaja Madho Singh. It has a beautifully carved marble gate with heavy brass doors on either side of the gate. A whimsical addition to Rajasthan's rich architectural vocabulary, the fanciful Hawa Mahal or Palace of Winds was erected in 1799 by Savai Pratap Singh. A tiered baroque-like composition projecting windows and balconies with perforated screens. Visitors are permitted to climb up the winding ramp to the top. Designed by Sir Samuel Swinton Jacob, Albert Hall or the Government Museum was commissioned by Savai Ram Singh II to honour the visit of Albert, the Prince of Wales in 1876. This grand multi-layered building, which is a museum with its domes, parapets and balustrades, is located in the centre of Ramnivas Garden. During the monsoon, when water fills the Mansagar, Jal Mahal seems to float serenely on the calm waters of the lake. Built in the mid-18th century by Madho Singh I, it was based on the Lake Palace of Udaipur, where the king spent his childhood. Amer Fort is located in Amer, 11 kilometers from Jaipur. It was the ancient citadel of the ruling Kachawa clan of Amer before the capital was shifted to present-day Jaipur. The best part of this tourist attraction of Amer Fort is the Royal Elephant Ride. The flawless beauty of the fort can be enjoyed royally with an elephant ride. Within the complex, Ganesh Pole is an imposing gateway painted with images of the elephant-headed god, Ganesh. A trip to Jaipur would be definitely incomplete without a visit to this imperial fort of Amer. The hilltop fort of Nahargarh stands on what was once a densely forested area. Perched atop a picturesque hill, the Nahargarh fort offers a breathtaking view of the city below. Jaigarh Fort is situated not very far from the Nahargarh Fort. It is counted amongst the most spectacular monuments of Rajasthan. Located within the fort is one of the world's few surviving cannon foundries. Its most prized possession is the monumental Jaivan, cast in 1726 and believed to be the world's largest cannon on wheels. It is a gigantic remnant of Rajput history and helps us to imagine the heroism and splendor, the discipline and loyalties of a forgotten age.
Good morning, everyone. As we have gathered here at the second day of the International Conference on the role of commerce and management, I would like to welcome you all once again. Learned delegates, scholars, academicians, students, and everyone present here. It's my honor to welcome you all once again. As you know, on the first day, we had the honor of listening to eminent academicians, speakers, and presentations of different students from various topics, which I believe was an enriching experience for all of you present virtually. In continuation to that, we'll be listening to more speakers and will be enriched by them, by their expertise and experience in their respective fields. Following each technical sessions, there will be presentations also. And in anticipation of a fruitful and rewarding time, let's fasten our belts as we begin technical session 3. And today we have Professor Vishnu Parekh from Curtin University, Australia, And on behalf of the organizing team of this conference, I, Dr. Susan Sam, would like to welcome you, sir. Sir, you need no explanation because you have been with us during the past conferences and it was really an enriching experience. So we are really excited to have you here once again. Sir is a distinguished professor from John Curtin University, Faculty of Science and Engineering and the Dean of Engineering. From 2018 to 2021, he is the head of the School of Western Australian School of Mines, Minerals, Energy and Chemical Engineering. 2015 to 2017, he held the post of the head of the School of Chemical and Petroleum Engineering, Curtin University. His research interests are multi-phase flow modeling, computational fluid dynamics, erosion modeling, reservoir simulations, etc. He has the credit of publishing enormous number of books and publications in journals, research articles, and sir, we are really privileged to have you as a really talented and experienced and versatile person with us today. Thank you, sir, for so generously accepting our invitation amidst your busy schedule. And without taking much of your time, I would like to call Dr. Vishnu Parikh, sir. The rest of the time is yours, sir. Dr. Vishnu Parikh.
Thank you, Dr. Sam. I very much appreciate for the introduction, and I would like to first up acknowledge that I am a replacement speaker because originally it was my colleague here from Curtin University, the School of Business, Dr. Bella Butler. She was going to speak, but because of some confusion, she had agreed for yesterday, but then something happened and she was slotted in for today. And now she's not available. So I'm kind of a replacement speaker. I hope you can hear me clear, Dr. Sam. Dr. Sam, can you hear me clearly? I just wanted to make sure that everyone is able to hear me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can hear.
Oh, okay. Okay, good. Thank you. Yeah, so I just wanted to acknowledge that I'm a replacement speaker, and my talk is quite a lot more technical, but I have tried to make it kind of not so technical. So hopefully you can understand and follow what I'm going to speak, but I'm not an expert on business and management. Okay, I'm going to share my screen. Just give me a second. So are you able to see my screen now? I hope.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, now the challenge is I need to make it full screen. Can you see the full screen now? All right, so the topic that I'm actually willing to sort of have some conversation today is energy fundamentals. And I guess, before I do that, I would like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land from where I'm talking to you, the indigenous community, the Noongar people of Western Australia, whose country is Perth situated. Perth is in Western Australia, and I would like to acknowledge the first people of Australia, which I think most of you know were not the Europeans. They were the original indigenous inhabitants of the land. Okay, so I would like to begin by first saying that sun is source of all life, and that statement is very obvious. I think all of us know that without sun there would be nothing, because all the energy that we get on earth is because of sun. Plants will not grow, nothing will happen. If sun wasn't there, within weeks we will have. So this is what could happen if sun did not suddenly shine one day. We will basically very quickly freeze, and even with our best efforts that we have got, nothing will survive for longer than a few weeks. So sun is very, very important for us, and all the energy that we get is driving us. So today we are able to to get up and move on is all because of sun. So I guess, as I said, the life actually started on Earth because of sun, but humans probably did not realize its importance until they were able to discover fire themselves. And once they discovered fire, they were able to do a lot of things with it. Of course, some of the examples shown here, the welding here is a very modern example of use of fire. But earlier, our ancestors used fire for cooking and keeping themselves warm, and lots of things they were able to do with fire. They were very inventive. Of course, Diwali is coming, so that Deepak is very relevant and very important. That is also an example of a discovery of fire. Now, so yes, fire has been known to mankind for many, I don't know how many thousands years, but the use of fire to be able to move things is very new. So how does our car work? The car that we drive, it actually burns gasoline and then it makes things move. That part of the discovery happened not very long time ago. So this device that I'm showing is called elopile. This elopile was a device that was created by Greeks. That was the first time they were able to demonstrate that if you burn fire and able to evaporate some water, then you can turn something. You can actually make it go like that. And that then served as the basis for mankind to be able to develop engines and cars and all the rest. So our progress into understanding energy has been over a very, very long period of time. And it's very, there are a number of steps involved in it. So I guess this is just a slide to show that most of the time, our notion of energy is heat. When we feel hot, we say, oh, there is some energy here. Although we use other form of energy more often. So for example, when we drive our car is actually working. So that's the energy we call as a work energy, something that can sort of move things, translate things. So heat and work are two forms of energy, but unfortunately, they are not completely equivalent. All the work can be converted to heat, but not all the heat can be converted to work. What does it do to us? That means our car's efficiency is not more than 40%. So 60% of the heat that we generate is basically wasted. Why? Because that's the nature of heat and work. As I said, all the work can be converted to heat, but not all the heat can be converted to work. That is just the second law of thermodynamics. There's nothing we can do about it. We can get very close to, let's say, 50% in car's efficiency, but after that, that's just the nature's law. Just can't do anything. Now, okay, so I think all of you would be listening that there is a problem in energy, there is this thing happening, there is CO2, there is global warming. So where is the problem? The fundamental problem is that mankind's energy consumption has increased rather exponentially. So for example, at the beginning of the 18th century, our energy consumptions were just about 5,650 terawatt hours. It's like our ancestors, that's how much energy they used. Now, if you look at today, it's 154,000. Now, you can imagine that is 30 times more. So, and most of the energy our ancestors used were basically renewable. They burned wood, and then that wood was actually obviously they planted again and so on. So they were very good in sort of managing our earth. Even until 1950, things were not very bad. But after that, America, mostly America, they actually drove that use of consumption of energy. And as a result of that, this is where we are at this point of time. Okay, this slide will show you the size of the bubble is the population of the country. Now, if you see India and China, they are the biggest bubbles. But if you look at their energy consumption, so where they are on the axis is the energy per capita. That means how much energy per person is using. India is sitting over here. It's very low. China, slightly more. Great Britain is not bad as well for a developed country. But look at United States. United States is way too high energy consumption. What it also tells us is that energy is primarily the reason why a country is kind of so developed, because they have been able to use energy to their advantage and the so-called cheap energy to really drive the development. Now, the development, of course, sometimes now is in a negative connotation because they have also polluted the earth most. Okay, so this is not a debate, a political debate about which countries are the fault and all the rest. But look at what's happening with China and India. If China and India want to have the same level of development as US, what will happen to the planet? These big bubbles will rise here and will cause enormous problem because energy consumption means more CO2 and all the rest. So go to my next slide. This is the Indian context. So where is India's energy right now coming? You would have all heard that there was going to be a problem. Thankfully, there wasn't any. We were hearing that India could actually experience blackout. Thankfully, the government has been able to mitigate that risk. Because India's import of coal was not sustained during COVID-19. And therefore, suddenly, when the industry picked up, our coal resources, or I should not say resources, our coal, the surplus amount that is stored was very low, and some power plants were kind of running out of coal. And coal is so important. You see, last year, 56% of our energy came from coal. Oil, 30%, mostly in vehicles, cars, and all those things. And then some natural sources and so on. Renewable energy that we actually talk quite a lot, solar and all the rest, is still only less than 3% of energy is coming from solar or for renewables. Okay, so then, before I come to the problems, where is the world heading? So if you look at this particular plot, since 1990 to even until today, look at the energy consumption. It's just continuously rising. And the consequences of that are that because we are using more energy and therefore we are releasing more CO2, there is something happening. Now, what is that something? Now, before I go to that, let us see what happens to carbon dioxide in a kind of in a natural sense. There is what we call a carbon dioxide cycle. Now, the carbon dioxide cycle works like this. For example, plants which take carbon dioxide use solar energy and photosynthesis to convert it back to biomass. So therefore, they actually consume CO2. But then, there are other sources also that consume CO2. For example, plants and roots, they consume organic carbon and so on. But our problem lies from the fact that we are growing lots of fossil fuels. So fossil fuels are, the examples of fossil fuels are coal, the petrol, diesel, and all the rest that we use. They're basically fossil fuels. They have been deposited under the earth for thousands of years. We are now taking them out and burning them and emitting carbon dioxide, because when we burn any fuel, it actually reacts with oxygen and essentially, and it actually converts the carbon into carbon dioxide. So earlier, amount of CO2 that we produced and the amount of CO2 that our nature was able to handle and recycle were equal. That means CO2 wasn't increasing in our environment. Suddenly, CO2 is now, we are producing more CO2 than our environment can actually recycle. And therefore, this is what is happening. Sorry, let me go to the next slide first. This is what is happening. So if you look at carbon dioxide now, the carbon dioxide concentration from what was less than 320 is now nearly 420. In how many years? In 60 years. That level of change of carbon dioxide is causing global warming. Now, why is global warming happening because of CO2? This particular slide shows you. So if you take the amount of energy that comes from sun, let's say we call it 100 kilowatts, kilowatt hours, 23% is absorbed by the atmosphere as it really hits us. 46% is absorbed by Earth. 25% is reflected to atmosphere. 6% after hitting the Earth's surface gets reflected. So there is a, if you look at this, we have got 46% coming to Earth and 23% is absorbed by atmosphere. So that actually equates to 69%. But then if you take out this 25% and then this 6% here, you are basically left with, this 46%, 9% is emitted directly from Earth's surface, and 37% gets absorbed by atmosphere. Now, this absorbed energy is also emitted, but carbon dioxide is one molecule that likes that particular heat. It likes that the thermal energy. It absorbs that in its bond, and therefore it actually doesn't allow that heat to escape. That's why we call it greenhouse. So the result of that is that there are some studies which indicate that Earth's temperature is increasing. So where is the solution then? The solution, of course, lies in the fact that we actually start using alternative sources of energy, so which is solar energy is one of them. But if I take you back to this slide here, this one. Just by simply producing energy from renewables, we still won't be able to solve the problem. We have to stop this curve from continuously increasing. Otherwise, there is no way we can produce enough renewable energy to be able to stop CO2 concentration growing in atmosphere. Okay. So what you are hoping to see in the future is that we will have more and more electric cars. And the energy for these electric cars, as you can imagine, will come from solar energy. So solar energy is kind of producing electricity, and then that electricity you can actually recharge your car. However, there are a lot of challenges for us. First and foremost, do we have enough minerals to produce those batteries that our cars will need? We certainly don't. We don't even have enough material to produce so many solar panels and all the rest. So our challenges are actually enormous. However, it actually does present a great opportunity. I am confident that in 50 years' time, I guess some of the youngsters would still be around, I may not be there, that our planet will be much better. It will be much more greener. It will actually, it's, right now, if you go to MI Road, for example, it's completely polluted. But 40 years later, 50 years later, you'll see when electric cars are there and they're completely electrical cars, nothing else, things will become better. And they will be like, I think some of you would have read that London once used to be very polluted. Now it's no longer the case. Similar thing will apply to most other cities globally. So the future is good, but there are a number of challenges we have to overcome. First and foremost is we have to look at reducing our energy footprint. So I actually, the students, I really ask them to really demonstrate responsible behavior, that when they are not actually needing, don't use energy, because every amount of energy you use is emitting more CO2 and causing more trouble for us. However, there is always uncertainty as to what will happen. As I said, 50 years later, this will happen, that will happen, but nobody really knows. This particular slide, it actually demonstrates the unpredictability of what happens. COVID-19 is one example. How many things were we planning for 2020 and 2021? Everything has been thrown out of window because we really just simply did not know that was coming. So predicting anything about where humanity is going, what will happen, is a very dangerous thing. It's very, it's fraught with dangers. So we simply don't know, but we can hope that the future is actually more cleaner and better. Now, before I close off, I would like to say some of the facts about my university. Australia, as you know, is a country, but practically a continent. And it has got, I need to always sort of do a bit of accounting. It has got 5 states, and it has got 2 territories. The Northern Territory is not a state. Western Australia, South Australia, Victoria, New South Wales, and Queensland. These are the states. And I am based over here in Western Australia, whose size is just about 80% of India. We are 26 million square kilometer, and with a population of just over 30 lakhs. So we are very sparsely populated. Perth has got a population of 2 million, which is, I think, less than Jaipur, but in area it is much bigger than Delhi. Okay, about Curtin University, we have 57,000 students. 25% of them are international, many of them Indian. We are 12th largest university in Australia. We have about 4,000 staff members, and we are the most preferred university for students here in Western Australia, which is actually a wonderful place. I'm sure some of you would have read. Western Australia is probably the only place in the world where COVID-19 hasn't actually made its entry. We have been completely COVID-free for almost the entire period. Okay, these are the rankings. I will not go through them, but we are ranked very highly. We are ranked in top 1% of global universities, and 9th, and depending on which ranking you look at, between 9th to 15th in Australia. This is a quotation from our one of our former Prime Minister, John Curtin. Now, not every Australian Prime Minister have a university named after them. There's a very handful of them. John Curtin is one of them. It's because of his exceptional leadership during the Second World War that he is remembered very fondly here, and he is considered an example of outstanding leadership. Thank you very much, and I'm very happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry, I will stop sharing my. I just don't know where is the button gone now. Please forgive me for a minute. I'm not sharing my screen now, is it? I'm still, is it?
Yes, sir. Your last screen is visible.
I need to somehow find a way to, stop it. I just don't know where the button is. Sorry, I'll find it.
Let me check with our technical experts here if they can do something from here. So we'll just.
Yeah, it's a little bit tricky.
Yeah, Renu ma'am.
Sorry, I'm doing what I can actually. All right, I will actually stop now. Yep.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Yes.
I found it now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you once again. And actually, we have some problem in our state right now because today we are having an examination of Patwari. So all the internet and everything is shut down for, I think, 12 hours. So we are facing this network problem since morning. Whatever facility is available right now, we are trying to manage everything and fix up the problems. So that's why we are having these interruptions in between. And I hope you all will cooperate, and thank you for cooperating so far. In spite of that, so far we have been able to move ahead. And once again, thank you, sir, and your ability and your experience and your knowledge has always been enriching to us. We really had wonderful experiences with you during the past times. Thank you once again.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Sorry, I accidentally turned my video off. Thank you very much to you. And I thank Dr. Vandana Sharma and Dr. Anita Sharma. And I also apologize for the fact that my colleague couldn't join on the device time. here in Australia, we have Saturday, not a working day. And therefore, I think she had some family plans that she couldn't be here. She did apologize to me for that.
Okay, so we understand that, and thank you once again, and hope to have future associations with you like this in the coming days. You have a good day, sir. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much. I'll see you again, and thank you for the opportunity. See you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So we move forward with our next speaker, and now we have Riya Vaidya ma'am from BFS Global Services Private Limited, Mumbai. And ma'am has been very instrumental in delivering her experiences and her knowledge and sharing it with many students and experts all over India. And I think internationally, she has been very much active. And today, thank you, ma'am, for accepting our invitation and joining us once again. I really want to thank you on behalf of our organizing team and entire SUBODH College family. Welcome in our midst. And without taking much of your time, I hand over rest of the time to you, ma'am. The time is yours.
Thank you, ma'am. I hope you're able to hear me and see my screen.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. We can see. We can see your screen. Yes.
Okay. I was just trying to put it on full screen mode. Are you able to see the PPT version of it, or just the slides?
We can see the slides at the left side and your main text.
Is this okay?
Yes, it is. It is. Thank you.
All right. So good morning, everyone. A big thank you to ICT Academy for giving me this opportunity to be with such a group and audience today. It is nice to meet you all. Today, I'm going to talk about the role of commerce and management in attaining SDGs. And commerce and management, as you know, is your corporates or the enterprises that we generally call them as. I'll keep it very short. And here is the agenda, which basically covers understanding the SDGs or the goals, Sustainable Development Goals, the business alignment, and going to next steps. But before we begin, I wanted to play a short video, which I think is important for all of us to get a bit of a perspective. So allow me to play this. Any thoughts? Okay, that is what global warming is doing to all of us. It just put yourself in the place of that polar bear who comes home and every day sees his or her house shrinking. And this is a very scary thing to even imagine, for us as humans. You can imagine what animals would be going through. Well, sustainability of the planet is important, but when we talk about sustainable business practices, it is not just limited to an environment thing. In 2015, all United Nations member states adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals, which we all know about. They provide a blueprint for peace and prosperity of the people and the planet. There are 17 sustainable goals. We all know about it, which are an urgent call for action by all countries, both developed and developing equally. These goals recognize that all efforts, it could be of ending poverty or any other deprivations, they must go hand in hand to improve health and education, removing inequalities or stimulating economic growth, but all while tackling climate change and preserving our environment. After all, there is no planet B. The goals are built on decades of work by UN and its member countries, and these are universally relevant. But they are also highly connected, So if you look at the goals here, one, you can definitely look at them in isolation, but they are all interconnected. So they are like all interlinked, one dependent on the other. Why do SDGs matter? Any thoughts that anybody would like to share according to you? Why do SDGs matter so much in today's context? Anybody from the audience who would like to share anything or contribute? No? Okay. So investing in SDGs can help stabilize societies and markets through proper governance. They can strengthen your stakeholder or shareholder relations. They can help keep you in pace with policy developments. They can help companies strengthen their economic performance through resource efficiency once when you integrate it into your supply chain. Of course, they can help in identification of future business opportunities and risks, which is typically what we do as part of your maturity assessments. Help deliver innovative solutions and transformative change that will bring about a larger change in the society. They bring a synergy between partners to address the world's urgent society challenges. They also present an opportunity to help advance sustainable development. They help companies minimize negative impacts and maximize positive impacts for people and planet both. They can also help connect business strategies with global priorities. So in a nutshell, when you look at SDGs, this is what I think. And of course, there are multiple more benefits that one can keep talking about. So today, when you look at the SDGs, this is how the board of directors or the CEOs view SDGs today. And there was a research done, and this is the outcome. They see it as providing a clear framework to structure sustainability efforts. And when there's a structure, it's easier for you to measure, monitor, track, and report everything that comes under that structure. The CEOs today believe that SDGs provide an opportunity to rethink approaches to sustainable value creation, which is important because, end of the day, value creation is an important deliverable of a business. It's not just for your shareholders, but for the entire society. They also believe the business will be the single most factor or actor in delivering the SDGs, because businesses work in a very efficient manner. There is a structure and there's a process to everything that is done within an enterprise. And that is how, you will have a structured approach to also kind of going and achieving your SDGs at a point in time. And like we all say, business as usual is not viable for the environment, society, or business itself. And while this whole thing, seems to be a very, a very strong business case for us to pursue, right? There are certain challenges that the enterprises may face. Well, the structure of the SDGs is a bit complex, and maybe a small or medium enterprise may not find it appealing at the beginning, when you look at the entire structure. The terms or words that are typically used into the goals may not instantly resonate with the businesses because, sometimes it does take time for a non-sustainability person to understand these terms. Sustainability investment is mostly pursued, and you would have seen that, as a cost versus an opportunity, because traditionally we are programmed to think about profits and not about the triple bottom line that we keep referring to. I also think this can usually be dismissed as a government's responsibility because, we have this mindset of why do I do it? It's someone else's responsibility. And when there is a structure in place, when there is government, when there are authorities, when there are policymakers, why do I do it? And I think the pandemic has made most of us take a pause and rethink about our personal goals, right? Likewise, don't we think it's important for a business enterprise to do a quick check about themselves? And what I feel is, especially in a post-pandemic era, focusing on sustainable development business models or sustainable business model is going to be very important. It is not a surprise that enterprises which already prioritized or adopted sustainable business practices have managed to survive, and not just survive, but also to make profits in the long run. So today, if you look at models, more and more companies or more and more enterprises are focusing on adopting sustainable business practices, because they've learned it the hard way as to it's not just a cost, but it is going to be an investment for their businesses to be having a strong foundation. Let us look at the business benefit to society, or the role that commerce or enterprises generally play in the society of what we do. It provides employment opportunities, definitely, which helps sometimes build skills that in turn helps the employees to develop professionally and personally, right? Because you need skilled workforce for enterprises to run smoothly. Through business innovation, which is another critical step of sustainability, which helps more technology, the digitalization, which is an important factor in progress, right? One way to look at it is always be a step ahead in terms of your competition, in terms of your time. And that's where innovation plays an important role. Strong risk management programs, which the companies today follow, they are aware of potential risks and also the opportunities, which is again an assessment that is sometimes done annually by certain companies. They are able to identify some risk which may be detrimental for people or environment, and which in a way helps them mitigate risk, because early identification of risks help you address these things very efficiently. And of course, it is an important source of finance that helps the economy of a place grow. So what can enterprises do? On an individual level, an entrepreneur can help build support for SDGs, maybe garner more support through the business network that they have, talk about the right growth strategy within their business fraternity. At an individual level, a company, of course, can incorporate SDGs into the business strategy and not keep it aside of it. On a policy level, of course, work with the policymakers or the government or the relevant authorities to make sure fair price is paid for the natural and the human resources that are consumed by a company. For advocacy, maybe promote a sustainable financial system. And this is interesting how we are slowly moving to looking at profits, people, and planet, and not just looking at profit, versus what we did some years ago. Last one, and my favorite, is creating value for all your stakeholders. So, initially our business models, when we started, and all our ancestors would also support this, is our stakeholder or the important stakeholder in the company is the shareholders, right? Or the investors. But today, when you look at the stakeholder spectrum, it pretty much has everybody. It has your own people, because employees make a company. You cannot run a company without people. Environment is an important factor. The community becomes another important factor, because you are a part of the community. You are operating in that community. So that becomes your important stakeholder. You have your board of directors, you have your shareholders, you have your investors, which is again continuing to be a part of that spectrum. So in a nutshell, what the enterprises should do today, look at being a partner in progress versus just trying to operate in a silo thing. The approach here, very simple, very structured approach that typically companies do. And we at VFS Global, we also do our material topic assessments every year. And this is an important thing, where the way we map our sustainability policies is to look at the topics or look at the opportunities and risks that may affect the business going forward. So yes, businesses should have an understanding and SDG alignment in terms of their material topics. Out of that, you define your priorities, because you cannot do everything at one shot, right? So it's important for the company or the stakeholders to come together and define priorities for the company. Like, what do you want to pick up for this year? What is critical going for the success of this company, or to kind of scale up, go to the next level, and some terms like that. Under each of them, of course, then you have to set goals, because that's how you move forward. You're able to monitor, track your progress, and ultimately reach the destination what you have carved for yourselves. When you do these goals, you have to integrate these goals within the business, because it's not silo. It looks nice when you have a strategy, when you have big words being used, when you talk about SDG, global priorities, global alignment. But unless you integrate them within your business operations and ensure that everybody in the organization is aligned with them, they understand what the company is required to do and what they as an individual going to contribute to, it is going to be very difficult for anybody to integrate these or implement these within the company. Yes, monitoring and reporting, there are a lot of mechanisms. GRI, which is the Global Reporting Indicator Standard, is one type of thing. At VFS, we follow the ESG, which is environmental, social and governance framework. This is our monitoring system within VFS Global. This is what we do. And there is, of course, you have quarterly, you have 6 monthly, you have annual type of targets that are monitored and reported back to the board and to the shareholders. And of course, we've, for the last 2 years, gotten into the sustainability report. It's available on our website. It's a public document. Anybody can read it. But that kind of shows how transparent the organization is. And that's where communication plays an important role, right? You do a lot of things. You try to define goals, you try to incorporate them, build them in. But unless you do not communicate what the business is going to be, how is it that you're going to change the reputation? Ultimately, reputation plays an important role, and that's where communication, becomes critical. So the report, and various companies do it various ways. Some have sustainability reports, some have integrated reporting formats. Some may only have an annual report through which they can, communicate these kind of initiatives that they have done. So for me, communication definitely plays an important role, and that's how a structure should work. So this is in a nutshell how a commerce or management or your enterprises will play a role in SDGs going further. And I think now post-pandemic era is an important or maybe one of the good opportunities for people to pick this sustainable models. And with that, I would like to stop talking and open this up for any questions or any thoughts that anybody would have. I saw somebody raise their hand, but I'm not able to figure out now. Okay.
There is some audio problem with me.
Am I audible? Are you able to hear me?
Yes, ma'am, I can hear you.
Okay,
but I think it seems like I have some audio problem on my device.
I can hear you now. Yeah.
You can hear me? Okay. Okay, ma'am. I think there are no questions. Let me check. Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Thank you once again. And definitely that was something new that we could take from you, and you have a vast experience, and definitely this is not the end, but we'll be having more interactions with you in the coming future. And
thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ria, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Your content, your lecture is very present scenario. आपके लिए मैम दो पंक्तियां कहना चाहूंगी कि चिरागों के अपने घर नहीं होते, चिरागों के अपने घर नहीं होते, जहां जलते हैं वही उजाला करते थे, जहां जलते हैं वही उजाला करते हैं. थैंक यू मैम. आपने
डॉक्टर सीमा
सुन पा रहे?
No, nothing specific. Thank you, Dr. Seema.
Yes, ma'am. इसी श्रृंखला में इसी कड़ी में हमारी नेक्स्ट कीनोट स्पीकर है डॉक्टर रुचि जैन मैम, आईआईटी के डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ कॉमर्स की एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर रुचि जैन मैम. मैम, आप पिछले विगत 16 वर्षों से पीजी कार्य से जुड़े हुए शिक्षण कार्यों में आप अपनी महती भूमिका निभा रहे हैं. अब तक 21 रिसर्च पेपर आपके नेशनल जर्नल्स में प्रकाशित किए हैं. मैम, कई कॉन्फ्रेंस में बेस्ट पेपर का भी अवार्ड ले चुके और कई बच्चे इनके अंडर में पीएचडी कर रहे हैं. पीएचडी गाइड के रूप में भी आप अपनी भूमिका. आपके लिए तो पंक्तियां कहकर मैं बहुत ही सम्मान से, बहुत ही आदर से आज सुबोध महाराज कि जो पानी से नहाते हैं, जो पानी से नहाते हैं वो अपना लिबास है, लेकिन जो पसीने से नहाते हैं वही इतिहास बदलते हैं, वही इतिहास बदलते हैं. तो मैं बहुत ही आदर के साथ, बहुत ही सम्मान के साथ यहाँ पर आमंत्रित करना चाहती हूँ मैम को कि मैम आए और अपना लेक्चर, अपना स्पीच हमको यहाँ पर दे और हम सभी को लाभान्वित करें।
Thank you.
यस मैम।
Thank you, Dr. Seema.
हमारी नेक्स्ट कीनोट स्पीकर है डॉक्टर IAS कॉमर्स डॉक्टर रुचि जैन।
Thank you,
Can you
Dr.
hear me,
Seema.
ma'am?
Am I audible? Am I audible to you?
Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
Ma'am.
Just a second. Just a second. I'll try to share my
Yes, ma'am.
Can you see my screen?
No, ma'am.
Just a second.
Yes. IIS यूनिवर्सिटी के डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ कॉमर्स के एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर रुचि जैन हमारे साथ में टेक्निकल इशू है। आप और हम सभी 2 दिवसीय सम्मेलन थर्ड क्रिटिकल सेशन की तरफ सभी को।
Ma'am, actually,
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
not, excuse me, ma'am. Actually, I'm not getting the share screen window from your side. Is that so?
टेक्निकल चेक।
Just a second. Now, is it visible? Is this? Ma'am, आपकी आवाज भी नहीं आ रही मैम. Is this? Your voice is breaking, ma'am.
No, ma'am, the PPT is not visible.
Okay. Just a second. And, let me start this again.
अभी हमारे साथ प्रिया मैम ग्लोबल साथ में डॉक्टर रुचि जैन IIS हमारे साथ
I'm not getting the screen sharing option. So just a second. Should I leave the meeting and join it again?
आपको भी देख नहीं पा रही।
Acha, that may be some technical issues over here. You can hear my voice, right?
Yes, I can hear the voice.
Okay, some problem is there. Should I leave the meeting and join it again?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Ma'am, it is visible. Yeah.
My PPT?
No, ma'am. I think Dharna sharing the PPT.
I'm sorry for
No,
just
ma'am, no
for
issue.
the
No issue for that. Green symbol is available on the toolbar.
uh,
Just participate.
yeah.
Then it is visible. A green signal, just like sharing window is available when click on a sharing option.
Screen. Yeah.
Okay, then
I think, ma'am, now is it?
yeah, ma'am. It is visible. It is visible.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Please, ma'am.
Okay.
Ma'am, you continue.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm
No,
sorry
no,
for the
no,
interruption. Actually,
No, no
namaskar.
problem, ma'am.
Am I audible clearly?
Yeah, ma'am. You are audible and proper visible.
Thank you.
Okay, ma'am.
Namaskar. First of all, I would like to give my heartiest thanks to the organizing team of the international conference, who has given me the opportunity to share my views on the sustainable development vis-a-vis new education policy 2020. I also congratulate the management of SSJ and SUBODH PG Girls College for successfully organizing this wonderful conference. Actually, the previous speakers have correctly set the theme of the session. With the extension of this, I would like to add how education is connected with sustainability. The theme of the session is the need of hour that talks about the sustainable development, right? So the concept of sustainable development can be seen as a response to a growing concern about human society's impact on the natural environment. This recognizes that while development may be necessary to meet human needs and improve the quality of life, it must happen without depleting the capacity of the natural environment to meet present and future needs. The interaction of various aspects can be seen by three overlapping circles representing the three pillars of sustainable development: economy, society, and environment, right? So to achieve sustainable development, good quality education is an indispensable tool. This was also highlighted at the UN World Summit in Johannesburg 2002, where the reorientation of current education system was outlined as a key to sustainable development. Hence, education for sustainable development, or ESD, by providing the right information and education, can change people's views, values, and behaviors, and encouraging them to adapt more sustainable lifestyle. It can also break the cycle of poverty, malnutrition, and disease that affect so many worldwide. To reorient this phenomena, there should be a need of inclusion of knowledge, issues, perspectives, skills, values, and actions that should be integrated with the curriculum to attain each of the three components of sustainability. To put more stress upon this, the UN Agenda for Sustainable Development 2030 encompasses 17 SDGs targets, in which education goal is the fourth sustainable goal, which aims to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunity for all. In this light, reorientation of education system of India was needed to be transformed for the future of all the children and youth in the country. The new education policy 2020 is also in the line of SDG 4 of the UN, which clearly believes that the equal access to education is the base of sustainable development. And to achieve this target, the NEP 2020 is based on the 5 pillars: access, affordability, equity, quality, and accountability. So, education for sustainability incorporates all school subjects and extends far beyond the classroom. It provides today's children with the self-sufficiency and real-world skills they need for tomorrow. Some research studies also threw light on the need of ESD. A case study on TRI University done by Jen et al. Examines the importance of blended learning using face-to-face interactions, live case studies, field visits, conferences, seminars, and active use of ICT designed in the curriculum has resulted in the motivated, and trained students who have taken the initiative for achieving sustainability on the campus. Grosek G. Teru have analyzed 1,813 papers on the importance of ESD and concluded that integration of education into sustainable development is necessary. The study of Alex Jiva on Latvian economy examines that the modern education and science system are the most important indicators that are creating the competitiveness and sustainability of the country. Fisher PB shows gaps in sustainability education, and there is an impact of higher education coursework on perception of sustainability. And Diamond J.E. et al. Done their research in Australia that argues that professional development is imperative to develop capability of educators. So the new education policy has included all the above aspects which we have seen in the researches as well. It aligns with the SDG 4 of UN. Now we can see that how NEP supports each of the 10 targets of SDG one by one. The first target, SDG 4.1, ensures that all girls and boys should get complete, free, equitable, and quality primary and secondary education, leading to relevant and effective learning outcomes. Aligned with that, in NEP 2020, making education more affordable to all, it outlines that the standard of audit and disclosure should be similar for all educational institutions as non-for-profit entity. To make education more inclusive, the NEP proposes the extension of the right to education to all children up to the age of 18. Moving to the next target, to emphasize on this, it ensures all girls and boys have access to quality early childhood development care and pre-primary education. And in NEP also, strong investment is made on the early child care education, ECCE. And no later than 2030, all students entering grade would be school ready. National Curricular and Pedagogical Framework for Early Childhood Care and Education for children up to the age of 8 will be developed by NCERT in two parts, namely a sub-framework for 0 to 3 years and the other sub-framework for 3 to 8-year-old. Anganwadi centers will be strengthened with high-quality infrastructure, play equipment, and well-trained Anganwadi workers and teachers. The Gender Inclusion Fund to build the nation's capacity to provide equitable education for all girls as well as transgender students for assisting female and transgender children in gaining access to education, such as the provision of sanitation and toilets, bicycles, conditional cash transfers will be done. When we see the next target, 4.3, equal access for all women and men to affordable and quality technical, vocational, and tertiary education, including university. As against this target, NEP proposes vocational education will be provided at a younger age and technical skills such as coding will begin from as early as 6th standard. MHRD is setting up a National Education Technology Forum, which is an autonomous body that will be created to provide a platform for the free exchange of ideas on the use of technology to enhance learning, assessment, planning, administration, and so on, both for school and higher education. A new unit which addresses internet-based e-learning, digital learning, infrastructure, and capacity building will be set up. So now let's see the SDG 4.4, in which substantially increase the number of youth and adults who have relevant skills, including technical and vocational skills for employment, decent jobs, and entrepreneurship have been talked about. To ensure this goal in NEP 2020, the model 5+3+3+4, namely foundational, for the ages 3 to 6 and 6 to 8 years. In preparatory level, ages 8 to 11. Middle level comprises of ages 11 to 14, and in secondary level, ages 14 to 18 have clearer benchmarks defined, which will lead to better outcomes as compared to 10+2 model. They have provided multiple exit points for higher education, which will definitely result in the better signaling ability of students. There is a setup of an academic bank of credit for digitally storing academic credits earned, which can be transferred and counted towards final degree examination. The NEP proposes to reach a gross enrollment ratio for higher education to be at 50% by 2035. This will ensure that the majority of the population who are less than 35 years of age have a strong skill base. Moving to the next target, that is SDG target 4.5, which is to eliminate gender disparities in education and ensure equal access to all levels of education and vocational group training for the vulnerable, including persons with disability, indigenous people, and children in vulnerable situations. So to sink in with this goal, NEP introduces vocational courses with an internship. This gives opportunity to students to learn skills. It introduces at least 10 days backless periods in school where student will get an opportunity to interact with vocational experts at the local level. For example, carpenters, gardeners, artists, potters, etc., to gain hands-on experiences and develop their skills. This may push the vulnerable group to send their children to the school. To increase the understanding of the study material, high quality textbooks, including in science, will be made available in home language or in mother tongue. All efforts will be made early to ensure that any gaps that exist between the language spoken by the child and the medium of teaching are bridged. So the formulation of a new and comprehensive national curricular framework for school education, NCFSE 2021, will be undertaken by the NCERT based on the principle of the National Education Policy 2020 as per the frontline curriculum needs. So by 2030, SDG target 4.6 ensures that all youth and a substantial proportion of adults, both men and women, achieve literacy and numeracy. In the same line, NEP 2020 includes that every student will attain foundation literacy and numeracy by grade 3. The highest priority of the education system will be to achieve universal foundation literacy and numeracy in primary school by 2025. A national mission on foundation literacy and numeracy will be set up by Ministry of Human Resource Development, MHRD, on priority. Accordingly, all state and union territory governments will immediately prepare an implementation plan for attaining this target. A national repository of high quality resources on foundational literacy and numeracy that will be made available on the digital mode, or it will be available in the digital infrastructure for knowledge, also called Diksha. Under SDG 4.7, that ensures that all learners acquire the knowledge and skills needed to promote sustainable development. Through education, the skill needed to promote sustainable development for living sustainable lifestyle, human rights, gender equality, promotion of a culture of peace and non-violence, global citizenship. NEP also aligned with and it is concerned with the curricular and pedagogical initiatives, including the introduction of contemporary subjects such as artificial intelligence, design thinking, holistic health, organic living, environment education, global citizenship education, GCED, etc. at relevant stages will be undertaken to develop these various important skills in students at all levels. Moving to the next target, that is under 4A SDG, build and upgrade education facilities that are child, disability, and gender sensitive, and provide safe, non-violent, inclusive, and effective learning environments for all, whereas in NEP 2020, investment in education sector has been made by investing 6% of GDP to develop infrastructure and other needs of education as compared to the previous investment of 1.7% of in GDP. The policy also seeks to establish a super regulator for education, which will be responsible for standard setting, funding, accreditation, and regulation of higher education in India. In the next target, that is SDG 4B, tells about substantially expand globally the number of scholarships for enrollment in higher education, including vocational training, information and communication technology, ICT, technical engineering, and scientific programs in NEP 2020, which allows among top 100 foreign universities in the world will be able to set up campuses in India, provide more financial assistance and scholarships to social economic disadvantaged groups in both public and private higher education institutions, and also conduct outreach programs on higher education opportunities and scholarships among them. So the SDG target 4C tells about the substantial increase in the supply of qualified teachers through international cooperation for teacher training in developing countries, while NEP 2020 ensures the recruitment of trained staff having early childhood and care education, ECCE. NEP encourages to train teachers to develop high quality content as well as pedagogy. It also includes strong practical training in the form of student training at local schools. So teacher education in India will gradually be moved by 2030 into multidisciplinary colleges and universities. The rationale of NEP behind this is to provide training and enhancing capacity of faculty is to make them able to approach students not just as a teacher in the classroom, but also as a mentor and guide. So as we can see, the NEP 2020 is aligned with SDG 4 goals. However, certain issues are needed to be addressed. First of all, as we know that education is a concurrent subject in India, so in Indian federal structure, yet NEP approaches is suggestive of over-centralization. As far as the evaluation system is concerned, until marks or grades dominate the education system, it would be challenging to bring transformation in evaluation with the new kind of teaching learning as envisaged by NEP. There is a persistent mismatch between the knowledge and skills imparted in jobs available. So this has been one of the main challenges that have affected Indian education system. Standard setting and accreditation. Standard setting and accreditation for school education should align with the need, requirement, and goals of higher education. Digital infrastructure should be developed to bridge the gap of digital divide. Using technology platforms such as Swayam, Diksha for online training, teachers shall be encouraged so that the standardized training programs can be administered to large number of teachers within a short span of time. Training of teachers should include the pedagogy's approach, which talks about the critical reflection, systematic thinking and analysis, participatory teaching and learning, thinking creativity for future scenarios, and collaborative learning. The NEP falls short in addressing the problem of social ideologies regarding education and equality. And the last but not the least, implementation of the policy should be on priority of the regulators. So with this note, I end my presentation. Thank you all for the patient listening. Thank you.
policy. Your presentation was really subjective, informative, and beneficial for all of us. Once again, thank you so much for sharing such great knowledge with us.
Thank you.
With this, I would like to proceed this technical session third, representatives of different faculty members and research scholars from different institutions. The name of presenters for the session are Priyanka Jain, Dharna, Shikhi Jain, Vaishnavi, Mahesh Navaria, and Dr. Alka Kumawat and Dr. Anju Gupta. Dr. Anju Gupta, Principal, Khandelwal Vaishya College, and Dr. Alka Kumawat, Associate Professor, Khandelwal Vaishya College. So be ready everyone for your presentation. Ma'am and sir, I request you to please judge them. So before we start, I would like to read some rules for the presentation. Presentation should be only 4 + 1 minute. Your content should be original. Presentation will be reviewed by subject expert on different grounds like content and delivery of the topic, ability to address new problem or an old problem with new perspective, and result and conclusion of the study. Best paper presentation in faculty and student category will be selected and awarded in today's valedictory session after the core session. For selection of best paper, we have expert team of academician with us. And today we have Dr. Seema Saxena ma'am and Dr. Manju Acharya ma'am with us for the selection of best paper for this session. The decision of judges will consider final. So good luck everyone for your presentation. Okay, so now I would like to invite our first presenter, whose name is Priyanka Jain. Are you here, Priyanka?
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible to you? I am here,
Priyanka
ma'am.
Jain.
Am I audible to you? Hello, ma'am, I am here. Am I audible to you?
Okay.
I am audible to you. I am here.
Hello, Priyanka ma'am. आप audible हैं?
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, yes. You can share.
Okay. Ma'am, kindly give me the co-host rights so that I can share my screen with you.
Yes, ma'am.
Am I clearly audible to all of you?
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah, ma'am. Thank you.
Just wait a second.
Ji. Sure, ma'am.
Yeah, tell me, ma'am, your login name.
Ma'am, Dr. Priyanka Jain. My login name is Dr. Priyanka Jain. Hello. Shivangi ma'am, you are not audible as you have muted yourself.
Yeah, ma'am.
Yeah, ma'am. Okay, can I share my screen with all of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is this visible to all of you?
Yes.
Hello, is this visible to all of you? Ma'am, Shivangi ma'am, you are muted yourself. You have muted yourself.
Yes, it is visible.
Okay, shall I start?
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am.
Okay, a very good morning to one and all present here. I'm Dr. Priyanka Jain from ICFI University, Jaipur. I'm working as an associate professor. The topic of my presentation is a study on the mediating role of intellectual capital on the relation between CSR and financial performance in SMEs. I hope so my slides are visible, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Visible.
Okay, so let me give you an introduction. As we know that there is a paradigm shift in the basic philosophy of society and its structure. As a result, the CSR is considered as an introduction and implementation of a sustainable development within the sphere of management. And as such, Hopkins 2003 and the Roche in 2002 stated that CSR is not only important in all the firms, whether it is important in all the firms, whether it is a large and the small. As a result, now the CSR is also an important strategical orientation in the SMEs. Parallelly, we have found that recent years it has been marked that there is an increasing importance of the role of the intangible assets in the firms. Therefore, the current trend is in the organization is to focus less on the material assets but more on the intangible assets. And as a result, we have found that the intangible assets plays an important role in the relation to the CSR effects. So I did this literature review. As I found that when I done this literature review, that's to measure the impact of the CSR on the financial performance, then very confounded results were founded. It means that there was not an absolute result, and various kinds of relationships or the inferences were drawn in the paper, that some supported the weak relationship, some said that there is a no significant relationship, some said that negative, some said that causal, mixed, significant. So different kind of, you can say that it's a confounded results when we are going through with the literature review, and the various kinds of tools were used for this. When I've gone through the literature review of intellectual capital and its relationship with the CSR, competitive advantage, financial performance, specifically in the SMEs, then I do find that yes, they are sharing a positive effect. They operate in an interactive manner. As a result, this interaction creates a positive impact on the financial performance of the firms. So on the basis of this literature review, I came to know that these are the various research gaps. The first one is the links between the CSR and the financial performance always represents the most questioned area of the research because there are the confounded results. Second, although the diverse instruments and the methodologies were used, but all reflecting an absence of the conceptual and the operational homogeneity. Third, mixed and confounded results and link has not been fully established. Fourth, SME is an important slice of business activity and significant for healthy and the dynamic market economy. That's why it is important to study the CSR and its impact on the financial performance in case of the SMEs rather than I have taken the large firms. So the basic aim is to focus on the CSR orientation of the SMEs and its financial implications, then to develop out the deployment of a more fine-grained methods and detailed analysis. As a result, I have introduced a mediating variable so that I can measure the CSR and financial performance linkage through these intermediary routes in order to develop a more clear understanding on the part of the operational homogeneity of the concept of CSR. So this is a conceptual model which I have developed. So I have measured the CSR from the stakeholders angle, and the intellectual capital or the intangible asset is measured by the three different variables, that's the relational, human, and the structural. And I do find the impact of this on the financial performance. So I have measured the direct impact of the CSR on the financial performance as well as the mediating role of the intellectual capital on the relationship between the CSR and the financial performance. So the research objective was to test the mediating role of IC, that's the intellectual capital, on the relation between CSR and financial performance, specifically in the SMEs of Rajasthan state. And the hypothesis which I have framed was there is a significant relationship between the CSR and financial performance, then significant relationship between CSR and intellectual capital, and significant relationship between intellectual capital and financial performance. Research philosophy which I have deployed in this research strategy was epistemological orientation and deductive approach. Epistemological orientation, why? Because it's an empirical approach, how we know and what we know. And from the research from an objective perspective with quantifiable observations. Why it is deductive? In because top-down approach I have made or I have conducted. Research design was exploratory. Population size was SMEs who are residing in the Rajasthan, and sample size was 384. And the sampling method which I have deployed is the stratified random sampling because the SMEs belong to the different sectors such as the gems and jewelry, crafts, and the other sectors. Data collection instrument was the structured scale or the structured questionnaire. So data tool and the analysis, I have used the exploratory factor analysis and the confirmatory factor analysis and the SCM. Reason why I have used this, because it provides an overall test of model fit and test of individual parameter, and simultaneously I can measure the number of independent variables impact on the dependent variable. So this is the sum of the confirmatory summary of the confirmatory analysis, and as you can see that all the indices were quite fit and they are in the prescribed limits such as the RMCR, RMR, GFI,
You can conclude it.
Okay, this was the structural model and this is the direct effect analysis. All the hypotheses were matlab accepted, and this is the indirect result that there is a actually there is a weak positive relationship between the CSR and financial performance, but intellectual capital mediates completely and it enhanced the result by 0.43. So the findings and the conclusion is that SMEs of the state are well aware about the importance of the CSR and they are deploying their resources for that, and they are taking care of their intellectual capital, specifically in terms of the human capital, although they are not very well versed with the structural and the relational, but somehow they are able to leverage the benefit of the human capital. So that's from my side. Thank you once again. Thanks a lot, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Now I would like to invite Khushi Atolia for the presentation. Khushi.
Yes, I'm here. Could you please make me the co-host?
Yes, ma'am, you are already a co-host. You can share your PPT.
Okay, perfect. Just a second. If somebody can confirm if the screen is visible and I'm perfectly audible.
It's visible, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. Good morning, everyone. I'm Khushi Atolia and I'm a final year student at the Alton College, University of Delhi. The topic I've chosen for today's presentation is the importance of education for sustainable development. As we all know, sustainable development is one of the topmost priority aspects that the UN and its members have pledged to focus upon by trying to accomplish a number of goals by the decided deadline. ESD, or Education for Sustainable Development, has recently become a popular discourse as the world grapples with the problem of depleting natural resources. This paper particularly focuses on how ESD, or Education for Sustainable Development, is an important aspect of implementing sustainable development and focusing on instilling ideas about the same in the youth. To start with the introduction, we all know that with the development in science and technology, there has been a development of many new resources and machinery, which are extremely important and helpful to the contemporary human civilization. But this depletion in a number of natural resources has led to the understanding that we need to be judicious in our use of these resources if we want our planet and future generations to survive. The answer to this posed problem about the preservation of natural resources has come out to be sustainable development. The pragmatic definition of sustainable development is the balance between the social, economic, and natural resources. It aims at a development that is able to fulfill our needs at the present without compromising the requirements of the future generations. Education for Sustainable Development, or ESD as it will be referred for this paper, has emerged as one of the key solutions to deal with sustainability. ESD is based on the premise of equipping students with sustainability skills through a holistic interdisciplinary approach to material and pluralistic learner-centered democratic teaching methodologies. ESD has been approved as a global standard as a result of United Nations Decade of Education for Sustainable Development. But this approach has its own challenges. Pau in 2015 quotes that in spite of a global commitment to ESD as a teaching approach, there is very little empirical evidence for the extent to which it has on student outcomes, such as their knowledge, attitudes, and behavior towards SD, as in sustainable development. Now, what is ESD?
Khushi, your voice is breaking.
Already can somebody confirm if it's audible now?
Yes, it's audible now.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, so I was saying climate change, environmental degradation, biodiversity loss, poverty, and inequality are all interconnected global concerns that education for sustainable development, ESD, equips learners of all ages with the information, skills, values, and attitudes necessary to confront them. Students and learners of all ages must be prepared to solve today's and tomorrow's problem via learning. Education should be transformative, allowing us to make educated decisions and take individual and communal action to improve our societies and protect the environment. UNESCO defines education for sustainable development as follows. Education for development means including key sustainable development issues into teaching and learning. For example, climate change, disaster risk reduction, biodiversity, poverty reduction, and sustainable consumption. This definition actually leads us to two key dimensions of education for sustainable development. First is content and second is pedagogy. So ESD contents cover a wide range of disciplines, including climate change, poverty reduction, and consumption, among others, and interdisciplinarity is essential for understanding the complexities of sustainable development issues. The pedagogical aspect of ESD concerns the teaching and the learning process. Initially, much focus was put upon the content aspect only, but recently there has been much discourse happening around the educational or pedagogical aspect of ESD. This shift reflects the perceived need for continuous engagement in sustainability in formal, non-formal, and sustainable development on the others. Is it again breaking?
Yeah, you can conclude it, please.
Okay. So as we know, ESD as a solution for sustainable development has become really popular these days. It
Kushi, you are not audible.
Yes, ma'am. Now
actually
Okay, Kushi, actually you are not audible, so you can stop it, so we can proceed again. Dharna, are you ready for your presentation? Dharna?
Hello.
Am I audible to you? Yes. Yes, please. You can share your PPT.
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay.
Hello.
Yes, Dharna.
My screen is sharing.
Yes, it's visible. You can start it now.
Hello. Myself Dharna Sharma, Research Scholar of Apex University. I am presenting my PPT on the topic Introduction of Disaster Management Programs for the Growth of Tourism Industry. Review of literature. Author in his study states that there is a mutual relationship between tourist destination and natural hazards. Natural hazard destroys the natural beauty of any tourist place. Thus, proper management and coordination is required for maintaining tourist destination and its aesthetic beauty. Objectives: improving disaster preparedness capabilities of the communities of disaster-prone areas, improving local environmental management, increasing the trust of tourists in the tourist destination. Conclusion: there should be availability of proper management programs for disaster-prone areas and maintenance should be there. Tourist destination must be fully prepared for the hazards. Thank you.
Okay. The next presentation is of Shikhi Jain. Shikhi Jain?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you can share your PPT now.
Ma'am, I am audible.
Yes, you are audible and you can
Okay,
share.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Just a minute. Ma'am, please enable me.
Yes, you are co-host now. You can share.
Ma'am, it is visible.
It's visible. Yes, Shiki, it's visible.
Yes, ma'am. A very hearty good morning to one and all present here. I am Shikhi Jain, and my topic of presentation is empowerment of rural women through income generating activities. This study is conducted to determine the extent of empowerment, namely decision making ability to rural women through income generating activities.
Shiki, you can go through the slideshow so it will be visible.
Yes, ma'am, I am making it.
Okay.
Ma'am, it is visible.
Yes, it's visible. Okay, you can.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. In the study area, there are 13 income generating activities found according to rank order, which example, vegetable production was found first, poultry second, and fruit third. Majority of activities are agriculture related. Women participation in various activities is not same as even today. Without the participation of women in development process, society as a whole cannot be developed sufficiently. Objective to provide training to rural women to increase their skills and knowledge. Here are some review of literature. Number of studies have been undertaken on women empowerment at global level and in India too. Some studies dealt on methodologies, issues, measures, and tools of empowerment. I have presented in this section first some of the important studies undertaken at international level conducted in India. Moser 1993 focused on interrelationship between gender and development, formulating the gender policy and implementation of gender planning and practices. Anand and Sen 1995 tried to develop a measure of gender inequality. Here are some objectives of women empowerment. First is decision making power. It is found that only 37% of women participate in decision making. Second, freedom of movement. We are expanding women empowerment at present so that women can move freely in future. Access to education. Third, it is one of the important source as well as the objective of empowerment. Fourth, access to employment. National Family Health Survey data published by Government of India, it says that only 43% married women in age group of 15 to 49 years are employed as compared to 99% of married men in same age group. Fifth, exposure to media. Only 71% of women are exposed to media as compared to 88% in case of men, but still 29% of women are still deprived by using media regularly. Now, political participation. Political participation is becoming a major part in today's, but it is very much important for a woman to participate in political activities. Now, here are some government schemes, which is first is Rashtriya Mahila Kosh, second Mahila Samriddhi Yojana, October 1993, Indra Mahila Yojana, 1995, Women Entrepreneur Development Program given to top priority in 1997 to 1998. Here are some research methodology. This paper is basically descriptive and analytical in nature. In this paper, an attempt has been taken to analyze empowerment of rural women in India. Why it is a need of women empowerment in India? I think women are left behind due to some social customs existing in our country. Empowering of women is essential to the health and social development of families. Empowering girls is the key of economic growth. Now, some results of my study. Here, some changes occur in the mindset of people. Here, some changes occur in the mindset of people of country not just women, but also the men. To remove poverty, illiteracy, and empowerment of women is the most important target which can play to remove them. Empowerment of women could only be achieved if their economic and social status is improved. Now, here are some suggestions that how the women can generate income to empower themselves. First and foremost priority should be given to the education of women, then strict implementation of programs and act to curb the malpractices. Women's safety and support is very major important in working areas so that their status can be elevated. Hence, we can say that in the field of income, employment, and in education front, the position of women is comparatively poor. Best way of empowerment is perhaps through inducting women in mainstream of development. Women empowerment will be effective only when they are endowed income and property so that they may stand on their feet and build up their identity in the society. Thus, the greatest need of the hour is change in society, in change in social attitude of women. When women move forward, the family moves, the village, and the nation moves. Thank you all for listening to my presentation.
Thank you, beta.
Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. इसी के साथ हमारा आज का टेक्निकल सेशन यहीं पर हम लोग वाइंड अप कर रहे हैं। बहुत ही प्यारे प्यारे कीनोट स्पीकर्स, उनका कंटेंट, उनका नॉलेज डेफिनेटली हम सभी के लिए बहुत ही ज्यादा प्रेरणादायी, मार्ग निर्देशित करने वाला होगा। हमारे जितने भी प्रेजेंटेटर थे उनको भी मैं कॉन्ग्रेचुलेट करूंगी कि उन्होंने अपनी अथाह मेहनत से कहीं ना कहीं इतना प्यारा प्रेजेंटेशन रेडी किया। तो उन सभी को मैं सुबोध महाविद्यालय परिवार की ओर से बहुत बहुत थैंक यू, बहुत बहुत कंग्रेचुलेट करूंगी। जीतता डेफिनेटली ये पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन एक कंपटीशन की तरह भी है, कोई भी बेस्ट पेपर अवार्ड भी लेकर जाएगा, लेकिन यहाँ पर जीतेगा कोई एक, लेकिन सीखेंगे हम सभी लोग। तो बहुत ही प्यारा प्रेजेंटेशन, बहुत ही प्यारा लेक्चर हम सुबह से सुन रहे हैं। इसी के साथ हम अपना टेक्निकल सेशन यहीं पर एंड करते हैं और मैं वोट ऑफ थैंक्स के लिए हमारे कॉन्फ्रेंस की कोऑर्डिनेटर मैम डॉक्टर वंदना शर्मा मैम को मैं यहाँ पर आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी कि वो आए और हमारे इस सेशन का एंड वोट ऑफ थैंक्स से करें। डॉक्टर वंदना शर्मा मैम, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ EAFM। वंदना शर्मा मैम, उनके लिए मैं कहना चाहूंगी कि खुद ही तो भाई लेकिन व्यक्तित्व दिल जीत लेता है। डॉक्टर वंदना शर्मा मैम। यस मैम।
Thank you so much, Seema ma'am. It was an excellent session where we had very experienced and very knowledgeable speakers. To thank the speakers of third session, I would like to first of all thank Dr. Vishnu Parikh sir for coming here, for sparing his valuable time with us. As we all know, it is Saturday, and in Australia, Saturdays are off. But still, sir, you made out of it. You came here, you joined us, and shared your valuable experiences. Thank you so much, sir. In the chain of thanking, I would like to thank Riya Vaidya ma'am, Miss Riya Vaidya ma'am. It was an excellent session where you shared your experiences, your information on the role of commerce and management in attaining sustainable development goals. And yes, the sustainable development word has been very much important in the present scenario. The session was very informative and very relevant. The third speaker of this session, that was Ruchi Jain ma'am. Ruchi ma'am, thank you so much for coming here, for joining us and giving your valuable time. You highlighted on education for sustainable development, as we all of us are academicians, and education is very important part of our daily life. So it was again a very valuable presentation from your side. I would like to thank all the participants who came here, who joined us and made so excellent presentations. I thank each and everyone from the third session. Thank you all. Thank you. To start with fourth session, I would like to switch on to Seema Dafri ma'am. Please ma'am.
थैंक यू मैम। इसी के साथ थैंक यू मैम। इसी के साथ हम बढ़ते हैं अपने फोर्थ सेशन की ओर। जितनी एनर्जी के साथ हमने थर्ड सेशन स्टार्ट किया था, उतनी ही एनर्जी के साथ हम फोर्थ सेशन की ओर बढ़ रहे हैं। इस सेशन की कीनोट स्पीकर मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी श्रीराम कॉलेज दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी की एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर सुशीला मदान मैम। मैम, आप एक एक्सपर्ट कॉर्पोरेट ट्रेनर हैं। मैम, आप साइबर सिक्योरिटी की एक्सपर्ट एडवाइजर हैं। आप श्री ने कई नेशनल इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंसेस में रिसर्च पेपर पब्लिश हो चुके हैं। मैम, आपके कई सारी बुक्स आपकी पब्लिश हो चुकी हैं और सबसे बेस्ट पार्ट कि मैम को बेस्ट एंटरप्रेन्योर का अवार्ड भी मिल चुका है गांधी दर्शन समिति की ओर से एंड मैम को वीनस इंटरनेशनल फाउंडेशन की ओर से डिस्टिंग्विश वुमेन का भी अवार्ड मिल चुका है। मैम, आपके लिए दो पंक्तियां कि मिलेगी परिंदों को मंजिल, मिलेगी परिंदों को मंजिल, ये उनके पर बोलते हैं। मिलेगी परिंदों को मंजिल, ये उनके पर बोलते हैं। रहते हैं कुछ लोग खामोश, रहते हैं कुछ लोग खामोश, लेकिन उनके हुनर बोलते हैं, लेकिन उनके हुनर बहुत महाविद्यालय की ओर से मैम को यहाँ पर आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी डॉक्टर सुशीला मदान मैम। मैम प्लीज।
थैंक यू सो मच सीमा जी, यू सेड इट सो वेल, मजा आ गया।
थैंक यू मैम, वी लव यू मैम।
थैंक यू ऑल, थैंक यू प्रिंसिपल मैम एंड all the faculty members, students, and the paper presenters, those who have presented the papers. I believe it is going to be a great session. And I'm sure everybody has been enjoying and you will enjoy my session too. I'm going to speak about, I thought of, looking at the theme of the conference and at the paper, about the speakers and also I thought, let me speak something related to commerce only. So I chose the topic as e-commerce. So I believe everyone these days is having loads of, involved in buying online. So I thought this is the most apt, which is fitting into the commerce and which is fitting into how to have, trust on the e-commerce websites that we can easily buy from wherever we want. So I'm going to share my screen.
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Yeah, I'm just going to the beginning of the screen.
Okay, ma'am.
Am I clearly audible?
Yeah, ma'am, audible and visible also.
Very good. I have seen students were giving a crisp presentation. So I'll try and be crisp, and if you feel that it is going lengthier and longer, you can always intervene. And if you have any question, you are most welcome to ask at any time or at the end. So we are talking about what is e-commerce in India. What is e-commerce? We all know. I hope you know what is e-commerce means. If we are having online transactions, if we are buying goods or services you all know over the internet. and involving monetary transactions. But important point is internet evolving. Why internet? Because if we are making a phone call for a pizza, do you think it is e-commerce? You can write it in the chat box. So what is e-business? E-business is a bigger term. We say e-commerce is a subset of e-business, where we are talking about marketing and procurement and of course e-commerce within this. There are many top, you can say, e-commerce development in websites are there. They have evolved in such a way that we go for it. I mean, without thinking even a second time. And what is the best part to look at the websites are basically our Google. And nowadays we know that our tool which we are using for e-commerce is your smartphone. So apps are also very good, it is for the purpose of e-commerce development. We know that we have the type of e-commerce is B2C, B2B, and C2C. This we all know. So I'm not getting into the technicalities and the structure and architecture of these. So I'm coming to the point that what is e-commerce looks like from the buyer's perspective. And if you're working for any e-commerce site or you are going to launch your own, then you will follow the same protocol, same ideology, and same thought process for e-commerce. So right now, we are just online shoppers. So what should we take into account? So what we do, we first realize a need and then we research about the product. What is our, mainly it's our Google, which gives about the information about the product. And then we are selecting a vendor and we give the payment, we accept the delivery, and we see whether what kind of product support is there. There is a website called mouthshut.com. So mouthshut mein kya hai? You get the overall branding of the product, of the product as well as of the sites. So you can see before going into unpopular popular ones, Flipkart, Amazon hai, there are many others. But unpopular one, which are giving you good offers, so you should have the reviews of the same on mouthshut.com you can use. E-commerce in India is having reach global as well as local and foreign products, everything you can see, and in all segments and sectors. Now, why I have chosen this topic? Because in 2020, there were approximately 150 million online shoppers compared to 2019, 135 million. So you can imagine the volume and the transactions. It's $1 billion. So it is important for us to know what is happening around and what should we be careful for. As you know, e-commerce has been focusing on automobile, real estate, travel and tourism, stock and shares. But in COVID-19, we have learned how to teach online. So teaching and learning both are very much into, it's also e-commerce. We have been asking during the COVID time, medical consultancy via video calling, and doctors have been prescribing medicine. In COVID-19, it has happened so much. And now, even if COVID is not there, I think the same ideology is following. Doctors and patients both are comfortable. So benefits we all know. So I'm not going to get into this because it's a reason why this topic is chosen, because anytime, anywhere shopping, it saves time and whatnot. So let's skip this part. What kind of fears do we have in e-commerce? That are we getting into the real store? Or will they sell my information if I'm providing anything? If I'm looking for some information, it asks for the cookies. And there are 5 types of cookies it asks for. And who knows, in the form of cookies, in my laptop or my system or on my mobile, I may capture something there, malafide intention malware sent into the cookies. Or some 1 by 1 pixel camera can be there which can captures all my pictures. There are many thousands and lakhs of cases are happening in the arena of cyber frauds. And that is through e-commerce websites when we accept cookies. So one has to be very, very careful. And since it is a cyber security, cyber awareness month, so I think this is the best fitting into the criteria of even that. So I can't tell what the product will really look like. कि वो जैसा हम देख रहे हैं वो वैसा आएगा या नहीं आएगा. And are we able to track the orders? मैं देख पाऊंगी कि वो कब पहुंचेगा, when my need is over or my need is still there and within the stipulated time. And if I need some help, let's say if I have got some printer, will I be able to get the service or some help that how to connect and where to connect and what to do? Or will I be getting stuck with the product and the company and my money will be, I'll tell you a case, right? Just it is last week only. Last week means it happened on Thursday. There was some consumer and he has written his story on the LinkedIn that how he bought a product of Apple mobile phone from Amazon and it wasn't working. And when he went to the store, they said, we cannot rectify this, fix this problem because this is not the Apple product. And when the number, EMI number was sent, they said, this is not their number. Apple company refused. Then how come they are selling on Amazon? The question arises. So you have to be extra careful, even if you're going on Amazon. You and I can be the seller on that. So how do we trust? So you have to go for branding and then see whether this number, if it is a branded and expensive product, better buy from that site only. So important question here is, which website to trust and which not to trust? So before buying anything on the website, what you should check. So I have listed based on my experience, certain parameters and which I'll be mentioning in subsequent slides. If you want to have clarity, I may skip certain because that are known to us already. If there is any query, you're most welcome. So have you heard of the website name? First, you should look for that. Do they have any social presence? Does the website offer money back guarantee or has a sound return exchange policy? You have to look for it. Whether it is clearly written or not. Whether the return is for 5 days or 10 days or a month. Isse beyond nahi hota. So which courier will they send your product through? So they have good website generally mention that what kind of courier company they have tied up with. So are they informing you about the order status? Do they have offline presence? Are they offering better prices and free shipping? Free shipping interests us. At times even paying 30 rupees for the shipping, it pinches. Because when you're buying a vegetable and if you add 30 rupees to it, you feel it is becoming the same cost. So let's leave it. How big do you think is the team involved at the back end? Does that give you any extra comfort for buying from them? There are more factors. How is the look and feel of the website? आपको देखने में मजा आ रहा है या it is very clumsy and very cluttery? या आपको समझ ही नहीं आ रहा है? Then you can immediately leave it. How good is the navigation? आपको scroll down, scroll up करने में कोई problem तो नहीं हो रहा because that also matters. Does it offer COT? इस navigation से related I can tell you you can think of this as a venture, as a career prospects. Now, good companies and otherwise many, just 10 pages, this thing company on matrimony, even they hire Vastu Shastra expert of the website. And people are there with that skill to tell you what color combination you should use and what buttons should be on the left side or on the right side. Scrolling should be from left to right or right to left or from bottom to top. So these arenas are also working now in e-commerce. It's not now. I think it's from 10 years back I have been hearing this. And I know those experts and they're earning very well. So does it offer any COD, cash on delivery? What attracts us more? COD. Because, or do they have secure payment gateways? Or say second level authentication while you're making the payment? Does the website contain the party trust seal? Trust seal that is given by, I'll just show you what kind of pictures you can see maximum that if you see any 2 or 3 or any 1, it works. Is the website using protocols like HTTPS? कि आपका secure session बनता है whenever you are doing any transaction. So do you see HTTPS? Because otherwise nowadays your Chrome browser lets you know that it is an unsecured site. It gives you the red signal. And while you're transacting, you just see whether it is a secured session or not. By HTTPS, there is a lock and there's a paddling sign at the bottom. So has the website mentioned privacy policy? How much information they are taking? What kind of information they are taking from your cookies and what they're going to do about it? There is a policy. You don't read and then we get into the trouble because these companies, small companies, they sell your data as well. So has the website, how well is the product described? That also matters. It makes you inspired to buy. Now, has the e-vendor provided any information about the company, like what people are involved, where the corporate office is based, whether it is in Gurgaon or near to your house or whatever? Are terms and conditions clearly defined? Are these easily locatable? Is there any FAQ page? Fast answer and question. Are there too many ads popping up? If it is so, you would not like to. Does the website display genuine customer reviews on their homepage? So we'll discuss more on that how customer reviews are important. If it is 5 to 8 or 10 or 15 customers, then it is not a logically correct. They should have negative feedback also. People look for negative feedback. It's not all positive. And the size of the feedback also matters. So what is the domain name of the website? Is it interesting enough to go for it? So how much is the website willing to customize the product for you? Amazon ka, I think if you have seen the symbol, it is A to Z. It's a curve which is going with the arrow. So they have a meaning to it. So last but not the least, is there any social presence of the aspects captured on the website? How or people are, mentioning about the social presence or the kind of feature, one should look for, or it is if they're finding it interesting. So how has been your past experience with the website? People do mention on the, Insta account at times or on the Facebook. How much knowledge do you have on the internet? How aware you are socially? How much do you have to trust someone? What are your trust parameters? So this is simply whatever I have said. I'm just going to show you on how it looks on the website. So these are called SSL certificates, that if you see HTTPS and your Google Chrome shows that it is not secure if it is not HTTPS. All right. Now, what kind of trust seals that exist? So far, these are the very famous and very genuine and renowned ones. that VeriSign, Comdo Secure, Verified and Secure, McAfee Secure, and Secured by Thwate, GeoTrust, all these PayPal verified, these trust seal matters a lot on the website. It speaks a lot because they are not easy to get it. And they need to have, certain vulnerability assessment on your website, whether it is not going to infect the client machine. So these parameters are checked by these third party, and these are third party signs. So you have to look for return policy, like over here it is mentioned as 30 days return. Then 30 days return right from kahan se shuru hoga. The moment when it is reaching you, then the day 1 will start. So you have to look for it. And the kind of courier shipping partner, they are mentioned. So you can trust on them and you can verify when they're coming. So you can track your order. If it is given, then yes, you can trust those websites. Free shipping, if it is so, then you see what is mentioned. You can look for that. What are the payment gateways they are referring to? So these are the payment gateways. If they are mentioned 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, it depends. So you look for, if more and more are there, it means they are genuine ones because they have registered and they have some kind of MOU with the banks. Again, this is the same. They may be, everything is there. Safety. So it is a payment method.
हाँ, क्योंकि वो पूछा था, ऐसे सुनो, आप चले जाओ, मैं मैम से धीरे से पूछ के यदि होगा तो बता दूँ, है ना? ठीक है.
Somebody's mic is on and personal conversation is also on. So guaranteed safe checkout, ये आपके अब the recent ones which have been added over here, even your Bitcoin Cash. So Ethereum and all they are accepting. So they are Shopify secure. There are more safe, seals are there. Or sorry, payment gateways are there. So you have to check whether it is the same site which is there or not. It is first way it is showing HTTPS, and yes, you have to look for this lock sign and HTTPS. And yes, it is verified by Norton. And you have to see the checkout summary. I'll tell you, just 2 days back, I ordered something and I had to cancel, and it was a great problem. There is some Jaipur website. I don't think I should name them. I suggested them that what they should go do it. I mean, in that regard, in the order summary, there was only this thing was coming, not the product, not the size. And of course, I remembered that what size I ordered for my apparel, for my shirt. I did that, but when I received it, it was excess size where I cannot fit it to it. So when I asked them how it has happened, and this is the drawback in your site, and how can you do this? They said sorry, and they said that I can refuse because I asked for COD. Had I been given the payment beforehand, you know what kind of process it would have delayed 15 days more. And you can't trust the site. The example I was giving you, that Apple machine, Apple mobile phone, it was the company refused that this is not their, number. The person hasn't got still date their money back because Amazon is not directly responsible. The vendor is responsible to repay, but it has not been given. And the product is also not there with the gentleman. So yes, this is again the privacy policy. It can be listed anywhere. Then you have to see what is the FAQ. You must see it. It may solve many of your problems. then is the website name and the name written on the website and on the address bar, is it the same or not? At times they are different for the new sites. Name तो वो हो गया, लेकिन आपको वो direct कहीं और कर रहा है. So you have to see very carefully these things too, because many frauds are happening even on that. कि आप गूगल पे कोई फोन नंबर किसी जोमेटो पे आप कुछ मंगवाते हो और फिर आपका खराब निकलता है, आप गूगल से फोन देखते हो, आप वापस करते हो, and your money is stolen from your account. How many cases have happened? Numerous cases have happened. So going to the right site and connecting them and revealing how much information they are asking to you, you reveal only that much. So this is the same. So this is all about that. Are they available 24/7, 365 days? And have they given some kind of phone numbers to contact? Even that is important. So in marketing, you need a social proof. कि product reviews क्या हैं, testimonials क्या हैं, logos क्या हैं, displaying the statistics on product adoption and the media mention. So most helpful customer reviews. Let's say if some customer has, has listed that I'm 67 years old and I stay here and the cream I applied is, lifted my wrinkles and I'm face my looking gorgeous and whatnot. You start believing and trusting them. And you read more and more reviews. उसमें से अगर 10 में से generally customer reviews 10 to 15, उसमें से सारे ही positive होंगे, then do not trust. कुछ लोग negative भी लिखते हैं. Take the negative feedback positively. So customer reviews, the size of the reviews is important. That how many stars are given on average. So at times there are 800 reviews you can trust. For 5 to 10, 15, you should not. So over here, both types of customer ratings are there. Disappointing and looking good, great. So negative feedback helps brands improve the quality of customer service. And according to a study, it says that 68% of consumers said that they are inclined to trust more when there are both bad and bad reviews. So 30% of consumers suspect inauthenticity when they don't see anything negative. So some actionable tips can be that focus on the quality and quantity of the feedback, feature both negative and positive responses, and consumers find it authentic and therefore more trustworthy. So look for the feedback that actually the users of the product. Are the website is available for 24/7 live chat? It is important that you should be able to chat. So it gives a psychological assurance to the clueless customer. It has increased conversion for one or more customers in the past. So conversion rate of the customer has been increased wherever there is a 24/7 live chat is there. So if there are sites where human photos are given, so that also gives you some kind of trust that you feel you have seen them. You have already if some celebrity is there or non-celebrity is also there, even that you feel trust. So there is somebody behind the product. There is some human connection, so it's okay. So अगर आपको excessive discount मिलता है, then you can suspect that there is something wrong with the product. If it is branded product, if it is marginally okay, 20%, 25%, it is okay. But if it is 80%, then yes, you can think of it whether the product is actually genuine or not, because there are no way to check the authenticity. Cyber forensic is one area which they say that in 90% of the products, even in medicine, they are not authentic. So how can we trust on everything? So what you should check for: brand recognition, reputation, money back guarantee, order tracking, offline presence. I'm just summarizing everything. So competence, perceived size of the organization. Perceived size is same for all, for whether it is a big company or a small company. But I'm saying is actual size. So website look and feel, navigation, product description, whether they have secure gateways, third-party trust seal, and COD and other payment options, information about the vendors, terms and conditions, FAQ page, absence of pop-up ads, customer reviews, website download, domain name, customization, and social presence. So this is all about how to trust an e-commerce site. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Sushila ma'am, Sushila Madan ma'am. ई-कॉमर्स के बारे में एंड डिफरेंट टाइप्स ऑफ ई-कॉमर्स, साइबर सिक्योरिटी इश्यूज के बारे में मैम ने बहुत ही प्यारा अपना लेक्चर हम लोगों को डिलीवर किया. थैंक यू मैम. और मैम एक चीज मैं कहना चाहूंगी कि जितना अच्छे से आप बोलते हैं उतना ही प्यारा सा आप मुस्कुराते भी हैं, क्योंकि पूरा टाइम मैं एक चीज जो नोट कर रही थी कि आपके चेहरे से मुस्कुराहट कहीं भी नहीं गई. तो आपके लिए मैं कहना चाहूंगी कि अंदाज कुछ ऐसा रखो कि जो आपको एक बार सुने वो बार बार सुनने की इच्छा करे, जो आपको एक बार सुने वो बार बार सुनने की इच्छा करे. थैंक यू मैम, आपने हमारा ये इनविटेशन एक्सेप्ट किया और हमें इतना वैल्यूएबल लेक्चर डिलीवर किया. थैंक यू मैम, थैंक यू सो मच मैम on behalf of SSGN Subodh Girls PG College Sanganer मैम. नेक्स्ट इसी कड़ी में मैं बुलाना चाहूंगी JNU यूनिवर्सिटी जोधपुर की कंप्यूटर डिपार्टमेंट की एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर एकता आचार्य मैम. मैम हमारे साथ हैं, मैम को देख पा रही हूँ. मैम का 12 इयर्स का टीचिंग एक्सपीरियंस है और मैम के लिए कुछ भी कहना मुझे लगता है कि सूरज को दीपक दिखाने के समान है. बहारें तलाश करना आदत नहीं हमारी, बहारें तलाश करना आदत नहीं हमारी, हम तो खुद महफिलों के बराबर हैं, हम तो खुद महफिलों के बराबर हैं. मैम बहुत ही आदर के साथ, बहुत ही सम्मान के साथ सुबोध महाविद्यालय के इस 2 दिवसीय इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस के इस मंच पर मैं आपको ससम्मान आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी. डॉक्टर एकता आचार्य मैम.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon to all of you.
Good afternoon.
Just I'm sharing my PPT.
Yes.
आप अलाउ कीजिए, होस्ट डिसेबल बता रहे हैं, पार्टिसिपेंट्स से.
सुशीला मैम आप एक बार अपना प्रेजेंटेशन.
Is it visible?
Oh ma'am, Sushila ma'am. Yes ma'am. Yes ma'am. Visible.
Is it visible?
Yes ma'am, visible, but it's a blank screen ma'am.
Actually सुबह से ही नेटवर्क प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है यहाँ.
Yes ma'am, actually because of examination.
Examination, yes.
Yes, right.
It's loading.
Yes ma'am.
I think that is not working properly. Anyway, good afternoon to all of you. My name is Dr. Ekta Acharya from Jainar and Vyas University. First of all, I am greatly thankful to all the organizing members for inviting me as a keynote speaker on this great platform. I would be very happy to have given me a chance to speak here. Today, I want to share my thoughts about IT in improving quality of education. Let's start with my slide, but net is slow. It is in loading process.
Yes, ma'am. तो पीपीटी प्रेजेंट नहीं हो रहा है मैम, आपको विजिबल है?
पीपीटी नहीं दिख रहा है?
तो मैम आप दिख रहे हो?
एकता मैम, we cannot hear you. हाँ जी, वंदना जी. Yes मैम. मैं आपको शेयर करूं क्या पीपीटी? Yes मैम, you can share the PPT. Yes मैम. Okay, मैं आपको व्हाट्सएप पे शेयर कर देती हूँ. Ekta ma'am, you just share your PPT. Okay. Yes, ma'am, doing. I request all the participants kindly be patient. वरना में मैंने शेयर कर दिया है व्हाट्सएप पर देखिए आप. Yes, ma'am, I got your presentation and we are sharing it soon. Participants, sorry for the inconvenience.
Is it audible? Is it audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it audible?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am.
Can you share my PPT?
Yeah, just wait, ma'am. Just wait.
Okay. No problem.
वंदना बीज Yeah, ma'am, it is visible.
Yes. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It is visible.
Okay, ma'am.
Now let's start. Start with our topic is role of information technology. Audible, ma'am?
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay.
Can I move, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Please, ma'am, zoom it. Yes, yes. Now, these are the contents we have covered. What is education? And second one is information technology in education. IT components used in education, working role of IT in education, and last improvement in basic quality in education. Move, ma'am. We will cover these contents. First slide shows that what is education. Actually, what is the meaning of education? Education in its general sense is a form of learning in which the knowledge, skills, and habits of a group of people are the transferred to one generation to the next. In today's world, knowledge is the power, and knowledge come from the quality of education. It means education is the power of succeed, leads, and rises. Education जो है वो ही सबसे बड़ी power है. In the 21st century, education will play the biggest role in building and controlling economy. For example, USA is buying brain from everywhere across the globe to maintain its leadership. Like यहाँ पर हमारे यहाँ पर जो students हैं वो पढ़ के और बाहर earning source देखते हैं बजाय कि वो इंडिया में काम करें. Next slide, ma'am. We know that today's age of 21st century, and it is also the age of information technology. Every parts of life are related to science and technology. Nowadays, information technology is popularly used in educational field for making teaching learning process successful and interesting for students as well as teachers. In information technology in education, effects of the continuing developments in IT in education, access to variety of learning resources, multimedia approach to the education, and anytime learning, online library. These are the facilities. ये facilities जो है वो हर जगह आपको मिल जाएगी, हर students को मिल जाएगी, वो कहीं पर भी होगा तो वो education को ले सकता है. Next, ma'am. These are the components which we use in education. You can see in diagram like laptop, printers, and pen drive है. बहुत सारी जो devices है, hardware devices हैं, वो pocket में भी जो students हैं वो रख सकता है और उसको use कर सकता है. Following are the components of IT that mainly contribute to improve the education system, like computer, laptops, printers, CD, pen drives, etc. And we have facilities, the internal search engines also, like Google. सबसे बड़ा जो search engine है वो है Google और सब use करते हैं उसको, like yahoo.com, ये भी बहुत use आता है. Recorded audio and videos of lecture. In pandemic situation, we have seen कि recorded audio and videos of lecture से ही student ने अपनी study को complete किया. And communication channels like video conferencing is the best example of, like, we are doing this international conference with video conferencing. Online availability of study materials, books like article, research paper. अगर किसी को thesis तैयार करनी है, thesis ready करनी है, या किसी को research paper बनाना है, तो easily वो access कर सकता है online library से. उसको यहाँ पर लाइब्रेरी में जाने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड, मैम. वर्किंग रोल ऑफ आईटी इन एजुकेशन. मेन जो इसका रोल है एजुकेशन के अंदर, वर्किंग रोल टू मेक द स्टडी मटेरियल्स अवेलेबल एनीवेयर एनी टाइम. स्टूडेंट कहीं भी होगा, चाहे वो विलेज में हो, चाहे वो सिटी में हो, चाहे वो आउट ऑफ कंट्री हो, ही कैन एक्सेस ऑल द स्टडी मटेरियल्स फ्रॉम ऑनलाइन. To learn, share up to date knowledge. हम सब जानते हैं कि आज छोटे से छोटा बच्चा या बड़े से बड़ा स्टूडेंट भी होगा तो वो हर इस टेक्नोलॉजी से अप टू डेट रहता है, उसको लेटेस्ट टू लेटेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी पता होती है। तो ये सब आईटी से ही रिलेटेड है, इसलिए इसका रोल जो है वो इम्पोर्टेंट है, आईटी का रोल। मैम स्लाइड को कुछ प्रॉब्लम हो रही है? हाँ ठीक है, दिख रहा है। टू स्प्रेड द एजुकेशन इन रिमोट एरियाज, यस
या मैम इट इज विजिबल। आई थिंक आपके नेटवर्क इश्यू है ना मैम, इसलिए मे बी कि वो आपको शो नहीं हो रहा होगा, बट
हाँ जी,
इन माय साइट इट इज विजिबल।
ओके ओके, यस इट इज विजिबल मैम। टू स्प्रेड द एजुकेशन इन रिमोट एरियाज, ये जो एजुकेशन है उसको रिमोट एरियाज में भी स्प्रेड कर सकते हैं ऑनलाइन के थ्रू। एंड टू ब्रिंग डाउन द एजुकेशन कॉस्ट पर भी फर्क पड़ेगा। एक पहले स्टूडेंट्स जो है वो जाकर पढ़ता था, कोचिंग सेंटर्स में अटेंड करता था, लेकिन अब सारा ऑनलाइन अवेलेबल है। स्कूल में भी अभी पेंडेमिक सिचुएशन में भी आपने देखा होगा कि स्टूडेंट्स जो है वो उनको जाने की जरूरत नहीं थी स्कूल, ऑनलाइन क्लासेस जो है वो अवेलेबल थी, तो घर बैठे वो पढ़ाई कर सकता था, स्टडी मटेरियल को एक्सेस कर सकता था। टू मेक द प्रोसेस ऑफ लर्निंग मच मोर फास्टर, इजियर एंड इंटरेस्टिंग। बहुत सारे ऐसे एनिमेशन वीडियोस वगैरह है वो हम स्टूडेंट को प्रोवाइड कर सकते हैं, ताकि उसकी जो इंटरेस्ट है पढ़ने में वो और बढ़ जाए। तो आईटी का जो है वो बहुत ही बड़ा रोल रहा है इसके अंदर। टू मेक द एडमिशन, सिलेक्शन, एग्जामिनेशन एटसेट्रा प्रोसेसेस मोर कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव एंड एफिशिएंट। आपने देखा होगा कि जो ऑफिशियल बैक ऑफिस वर्क है वो भी आजकल ऑनलाइन ही होने लग गए हैं। तो एडमिशन प्रोसेस, सिलेक्शन प्रोसेस, जितना भी एग्जामिनेशन प्रोसेस है वो सारा ऑनलाइन ही होता है। टू ब्रिंग ट्रांसपेरेंसी इन एजुकेशन सिस्टम टू रिमूव डिस्क्रिमिनेशन। मूव मैम। नाउ इम्प्रूवमेंट इन बेसिक क्वालिटी इन एजुकेशन, जो इम्प्रूवमेंट हुआ है लास्ट 20 डिकेड्स पहले क्या जो है वो स्थिति थी एजुकेशन की, और अब जो एजुकेशन की जो चेंजेस आए हैं वो आईटी के कारण ही आए हैं। लाइक फॉर क्वालिटी ऑफ एजुकेशन, क्वालिटी ऑफ स्टडी मटेरियल सच एज बुक्स, आर्टिकल्स etc. and teachers are most important. Last 2 decades have been marked as the knowledge era due to advancement in information technology. Variety of learning resources are available. We know that variety of resources are available anytime, anywhere. For example, a student want to read any research paper, then it is available for any time so that he or she can read easily. Access of online books को access कर सकता है, libraries, courses, course materials etc. have made students and teachers life easy and smooth. Teachers gets more time to explain through presentation in compared to writing on board and explaining that. Interesting videos about the topic provide the depth of the understanding. Next slide, continue. Access to authentic and up-to-date information, multiple communication channel such that email, blogs, chats, आजकल बहुत सारी facilities हो गई है. We can communicate to each other by email है, chats है. Student can communicate with teachers by with WhatsApp also, and they can share knowledge. Distance mode learning have enabled many to get degree while working or earning their means of support. Like कोई अर्निंग पर्सन है और वो कुछ अदर एक्स्ट्रा कुछ करना चाहता है, तो डिस्टेंस मोड लर्निंग जो है वो फैसिलिटीज भी होती है, घर बैठे या पार्ट टाइम वो अपना जो है स्टडी कंप्लीट कर सकता है. IT has played an important role in spreading education everywhere, crossing many boundaries area to apply and fulfill their dreams. According to in 1998, UNESCO is the organization, World Education Organization, and they referred the reports about students and teachers must have sufficient access to improve digital technologies. Teachers must have the knowledge. Teachers must have the knowledge and skills to use new digital tools to help all students achieve high
Environmental
academic.
social governance. लिख ले full form.
It is very important for pre-service. ICT is a technique that is developed by UNESCO in 2000, and it's very important for pre-service teacher education program in the 21st century. Without proper knowledge of ICT, teacher cannot perform in his or classroom, and it could not complete one. Nowadays, new trained our interdisciplinary approach, correspondence courses are available, orientation courses are available, and teacher can teach the simulated teaching, micro teaching, team teaching are also used in IT. As we know nowadays, students are always have competitive mind, so teacher must have the knowledge of the subject. Teacher must provide technical support to learn using motion, animation, simulation training, which help student to give model presentation. And if a student want to read any information about his subject, then he can easily access this information by online sites, so that he need not to purchase any book study material, and he can easily access the. So I can say the biggest role of IT in education is very must. Next, ma'am. Next slide, ma'am. Conclusion. Ma'am, please zoom it. I can't. Yes.
Yeah, ma'am. It is already zoomed.
Okay. Next, my last slide is conclusion. Information technology has totally reformed the way we learn, share and communicate our knowledge. बिल्कुल इसने IT ने जो है वो reform कर दिया है हमारी education को. हम totally इस पर depend हो गए हैं. आज ही मैंने ये realize किया इस चीज को कि यहाँ पर एग्जाम होने के कारण मैंने बहुत ही ट्राई किया. यूनिवर्सिटी में भी जो है नेट है वो ऑफ था, तो मैंने बहुत ही मुश्किल से ये जो भी है कि नेट को अवेलेबल करा के और ये कॉन्फ्रेंस मैंने अटेंड की है. IT has played the biggest role in promoting education, and open learning, e-learning, distance education has picked up in the last decades, and millions of getting benefited, and it has brought transparency in education system. Nowadays, IT has created millions of jobs in every field. Nowadays, we have seen many ITs, many MNCs are taking the freshers in job. In this way, we can say IT has become the most important part in education. Next, ma'am. Vanna, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
Vanna, ma'am, audible. Thank you.
Yeah, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Sorry, Ekta ma'am. There was some disturbance in my.
Disturbance network का problem रहा. मुझे भी थोड़ा सा slide नहीं दिख रही है और.
Must have jammed everything. And they stopped all the internet services, and thus the students are also facing problems. They are continuously calling, ma'am, how can we join the session?
Yes.
Things are happening here.
Yes,
thank you so much, Ekta ma'am. I know how difficult it was for you to come and speak.
Ma'am, this is my laptop here, and it's not working, and I'm using just my phone.
I know how you made it. Thank you so much, Ekta ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay.
It was a pleasure. Thank you, and thank you, ma'am. See you soon again. Thank you so much, ma'am. The fourth session, we have our next speaker, Mr. Rahul Nagota, sir. He is Vice President, Asia Pacific Trillion Network Singapore. He is Business Development Executive with the Office of Asia Pacific Utility Industry. Continuing automation. Presently, working for smart metering and IoT business, working in the dynamic Pacific power industry for over 19 years across several key regions, including Korea and India. He has excellent skills which sets him to deal with both domestic and EPC power customers in the region, which enables him to identify the strategy making. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. Over to you, Rahul Malhotra, sir.
Okay, good afternoon. I hope I'm audible. Everybody can listen to me.
Yes, sir, you are audible as well as we can see you. Sir.
Okay, I will try to share my presentation now. I hope I can share the screen. Okay, I cannot share because it says the host has disabled participant screen sharing.
Sir, just a second. We will make you the host of this
Sure.
meeting. Already. Check करो एक बार. Sir, you are the co-host of this meeting and you can share the PPT.
Okay, sure, ma'am. Sure, I'll do that now.
Okay, sir.
No, it's not enabling. I don't know why. Sure.
Yes, sir. You can share it.
Okay, so I'll have to share the screen, right?
Right, sir.
Share screen. Okay. Okay, now I can share. I got it. Okay.
Okay, welcome, Rahul, sir.
Yeah. Just a minute, ma'am. Is it visible now? Is it loading?
Sorry, sir. I cannot see that.
Okay. What is that? Screen. Okay. Hang on. Now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Great.
The presentation is there.
Chalo, that is good. I think a very warm welcome to all the participants and my co-presenters. And it's a great honor to get acquainted on the, with such learned teachers and professors who are helping out in the current tough times of having remote teaching and other things, I am based in Singapore for last 20 odd years and have also worked in China, but I spent last 6 months to 7 months, I was in India. I was in India when the COVID was very bad, when we were having 4 lakh plus cases, but I have seen how India recovered. And I'm back in Singapore for last 2-3 weeks. And trust me, the COVID is not good over here. Now we're having a lot of cases. So currently, in my current role, I'm responsible for generating and increasing business for Trillion. It's a North American organization dealing into smart metering and Internet of Things. I don't know if you people have learned or heard, but Internet of Things is going to be the biggest new IT technology to take the world by a storm. All information for all the products which are being used in our offices, in our homes are going to be connected and made available over the web. Like Ekta ma'am was saying, online is a new buzzword. In Singapore, the COVID rules are strict. If we need to go to any restaurant or even need to go to a shopping mall, I have to show them online vaccination certificate. Luckily, I got vaccinated in India and that vaccination is recognized. So I have to open an app and show it, which means people have to be online to be able to show that app and enter any commercial or any restaurant or any such location or any such organization. We all talk about IT, commerce, and management. If you see, last 18 months have really changed the way the world works. In my current role, I'm responsible for generating business and traveling to India, Korea, other parts of Asia Pacific, and even go back to headquarters for meeting every 6 months. That could not happen. So how do we think now IT is going to help us out? One thing is clear, the number of users of internet, which India has, nobody has in the world, because like ma'am was saying, everybody has a phone which has a 3G or 4G connection. People are accessible. Similarly, IT has to be accessible to all the users so that e-commerce becomes a new thing. The world has seen a lot of development in last 30 years, From myself, I've been working since 94, last 27 years. When I started working for Siemens, I started working on a very simple computer. We could only input on a Word Excel sheet. Then 97, 98, email came. Then on the turn of the century, we had access to internet and things really changed. In fact, now we don't use internet only for office functions. A lot of our personal functions. I was in India also, right? My payments, my bank statements, my phone payment, whatever was being done online in COVID times. So IT and e-commerce really helped us out in the tough times. And I think that's a way forward now. The biggest motivation and benefit of e-commerce is to improve the service for the customers. That's our key, as well as increase the competitiveness of the companies. A lot of my friends are self-employed. They are into small businesses. Some are making products, some are offering services. They all are now on an IT platform or an e-commerce platform. There are e-commerce platforms which promote them. Let's say somebody into restaurant, then he has Zomato to promote him. There's also Swiggy. And I'm really lucky when we had COVID lockdowns, at least Zomato and Swiggy were operating in my hometown from mid of May. So these apps are the future, and we need to be accessible to the world through these apps. We talk about success factors of e-commerce. We all know the product has to be good. In India, we've seen for last 1.5 years, there's a very big negative sentiment about China because of something which happened on the borders, but we also see a lot of Chinese products in the country. The number one selling phone in India is, I believe, Oppo or Vivo, and both of them are Chinese phones. Of course, they have manufacturing and assembling in India, but we cannot deny the fact that the products are strong. They are durable. They do 2 to 3 years. A smartphone of 10,000 rupees is worth its weight, and everybody cannot afford the 70, 80,000 rupees iPhone. So we have to rely on e-commerce platforms. Like I was in India, I ordered a phone for my mom, and it came online within 3 days. It was very easy to load. It was an Android phone, much easy to load, copy all the apps. So the starting point was an e-commerce app. We just used a Flipkart app and we ordered the stuff, it came back home. So the e-commerce apps have to ensure good delivery and good service. By service, I mean 75% times when we order something, we get the product what we want, even without trying out. But sometimes, like we ordered some exercise equipment, I did not like it. Hats off to these e-commerce sites in India. Within 72 hours, the equipment was picked up from my residence. The money was sent back to my bank, and it really worked well. Honestly, I'm living in Singapore. Replacement and reimbursement is not as good as it was in India. I was really impressed, and I was happy that we are getting good services from these e-commerce websites. Pricing. India is the most price-sensitive market. I'm selling my products into different countries, but when it comes to India, because of the volume, we all talk about volume. Like we talk about Indian students, then there's a big volume which goes to Australia, New Zealand, they go to UK, they go to US for studies. The volume is high. That's the same place when it comes for us to sell our consumer. The consumer base in India is very high. So it becomes competitive. People have more choices. If we do not give them the product they need at the price they can afford, they have more options. So we have to give special attention to propose purchase, providing a sense of community for discussion, input from the customers. That's why every time we get a product on e-commerce or from anybody now, there's a feedback form which comes from rating the supplier who supplied the product to rating the courier company which couriered the product, and it's all done online. Everybody wants a 5-star rating. Even for food deliveries, they want a 5-star rating. So with IT, things are becoming more streamlined. You can buy a product, you can check a product, and you can feedback for a product. I believe the feedback is a very important aspect of how things are going to move. In India, we have Uber, right? And Uber is a very strong platform for providing transport services. In Singapore, Uber was taken over by Grab, and in Southeast Asia, we use Grab. After every ride, I have an option to give a feedback. I have an option to add a tip similar to Uber. So feedback becomes a very important aspect of this e-commerce ecosystem, because based on feedback, these companies will try to improve or better on their services. See, let's talk a little bit about how IT has been impacted and how it will impact the pandemic, In the pre-pandemic world, it was easy. If I had a meeting in Dhaka and a meeting in Delhi, I would go to Dhaka from here, spend a couple of days and travel to Delhi. But now, in the pandemic rules, we have quarantines, we have vaccination requirements. So things have totally changed. Right now, we're having this call on Zoom, and I'm honored to meet so many distinguished speakers and guests online. But face-to-face meeting is something totally different. You cannot replace that, but we have to live with what is available. I've seen the last 18 months have been the most challenging. Imagine selling a product or a project and then getting the payment done, where 75% of the time you are talking to the customers online. You're not able to meet them. Luckily, from July, when I was in India, things opened up. I went to Jaipur also. We have a couple of partners over there. I went to Delhi, Chennai, so I could travel. Things opened up. But April, May, and June, we all know things were very bad. We could only make phone calls or video conferences. So we had to conduct seminars. Seminars means where 40, 50 companies are participating. We are giving like $2,000, $3,000 each for every session or something. We are spending money because we want to outreach to people. We don't want to stay back and let the competition come in. Times are changing and times will change further because we all know COVID is not going to go away. So people will have to learn how to live with COVID. And for that, innovation has to come. We believe strongly IT will lead the path. We trust technologies like Zoom, Teams meeting, Microsoft Teams. There's so many platforms, Google Meet, which are being made available for people to have video conferences. At least you can see the people if you can't meet them. Honestly, I believe India has the biggest potential in whole of Asia Pacific, because if we compare India to China, I've stayed in China. China is a very closed market. They don't look out much. They have their own production and everything. They do get products which are niche like iPhones or American technologies or Korean or Japanese products, but they have their own market. They can produce and consume. But with India, we have a big export market now for IT. I believe most of the IT companies in Silicon Valley are headed by Indian original entrepreneurs. So that talks a lot about how India is impacting the global IT landscape. And with 700 million people having access to internet, I was so surprised. Even a small ice cream vendor in my hometown, for a bill of 100 rupees, you can pay to him by Paytm. He accepts it. He says, because that's the way we have to do. If we don't have access to IT and these tools and gadgets, people are going to go to the next option. If I don't have it, the next vendor will have it. The small ice cream vendors were selling ice creams in the neighborhood. Flipkart and Mantras are performing very well. Walmart has invested close to $500 million into Flipkart. And I believe the day Flipkart becomes public, this will be around $5 billion, which equals to around 35,000 crores. So that's a strength of Flipkart. We have seen the Indian market Sensex going very high. So all in all, if we can get a stable government, COVID can go down, people will start traveling and meeting more. Like I again have to go back to India, but I have to contemplate, going is not a problem. There is no quarantine if you're vaccinated, but coming back to Singapore, I'll have a 10 days quarantine. So I have to provision for that. So things are going to get tough. So we really have to develop some more tools where we can have more interactive meetings. Like we know Zoom is a good tool. You can have 50 to 100 people online, but sometimes we want to have a secure environment where 10 to 15 people max can be done. Then we have Teams meeting. We can also use Google Meet. But by and large, more financial transactions are going to take place. Sometimes I give my offer presentation online, then I have to make sure that the data is secure, it is protected. Nobody else can hack into the service and get our pricing information. So all in all, I believe things have changed, things will change, and everybody has to evolve and adapt to the new environment. Like they all call it, it's a new normal. Like in Singapore, we have started living with COVID now. They're not closing everything, but they are just putting restrictions. 2 people on a dining table, 2 people can come to your house in a day max, but they are not locking down because they believe and they understand lockdown is not the way forward. So similarly, we expect IT to have more innovations, more platforms, things to get more interconnected and linked, people to work across time zones to improve it. I think that's all I have. I've spoken a lot. I could just make these 4-5 slides in the one day notice I got from our friends in India. So any questions you have about my experience, my background, why I'm more and more emphasizing on IT becoming the key. It's because we are in an industry where we have to meet people, and business is only done by meeting people. It's not done on the phone. It's not done on a video call. But times are different. We have to adapt, and we have to make sure that we still keep on succeeding in the efforts which we are putting in. So any questions? Hello.
No, sir, there is no question.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So I was audible, I believe the audio quality was.
Yes, sir, audible.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Very informative session, sir, on information technology and in commerce and management. Very honored to have you, sir. Thank you so much, Rahul sir. हमारे साथ में राहुल sir थे.
Thank you,
Next,
ma'am.
हाँ, thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. चलिए, हम बढ़ते हैं अपने next session की तरफ. पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए मैं बुलाना चाहूंगी हमारी फर्स्ट प्रेजेंटेटर डॉक्टर हसीना कबीर. डॉक्टर हसीना कबीर, सुन पा रहे हैं मुझे आप? हसीना कबीर, डॉक्टर हसीना कबीर मैम. डॉक्टर हसीना कबीर मैम. ओके. Yes.
Hello, am I audible, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, just a moment. Give me a second.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
I'll be sharing the slide now.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. I hope the slide is visible to you all, right?
Yes, visible, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me thank you first all for giving me an opportunity to present this particular presentation on which is an international virtual conference on the role of management, commerce and management in achieving sustainable development goals. So my title for today is Acting and Organizing Through Speech and Action, a strategical approach in organizations. And as we have already, gone across with the entire COVID related issues, Corona related issues, lockdown crisis and all. So we can very well understand how strategies and strategical approach in organizations are needed, required in the current time, though it was required previously also. But after the scenario of this serious lockdown and Corona crisis, we can definitely understand the need of this particular requirement. That is how this particular strategies and strategic approach is going to work out in organization, be it be relevant with teachers, be it be relevant with the employees who are working with institutions and all. So let me talk about a bit about the objectives. Coming directly to the, not coming directly to the point, before that I would like to jot out the objectives of my presentation. Organizational behavior, something that we call as OB, which is very important, and it helps us to craft strategies to employees and perform a certain way in certain situations. So how to behave in an organization, how the strategies helps us to be positive and to remain ourselves with calm and compassionate within the organizations is something that matters. Organizational strategic alignment is lining up a business strategy with its culture, that is getting accommodated with it. From the organizational perspective, it is very important area where human resource managers should focus. And also the approach to it is the process that requires management to change and align its vision for the company with that it is of a leadership goals, different departments and culture, and also the individual staff members. So getting into the topic, I would like to talk about what affects work behavior in an organization. the approach, the right approach, rather I should call, is to process that requires management to change and align its vision for the company with what it's the leader, be it be the leadership goals or different departments, culture, and individual staff members. Assessing the responses, how far we are able to cope up with the response. The information technology industry, just now we could hear Rahul sir talking about the same, and he had widely elaborated the key points of this particular thing. So continuing with the same thing, I would like to initiate that the information technology industry has been the hallmark for the Indian growth story since the 1980s. And undoubtedly, Indian IT sector has relied heavily on known home markets for demand and resources and built deep global ties using co-location with clients, and something that enabled with the international travel and temporary on-site migrations be acting as a key mechanism in developing, and that is what we call as cognitive proximity. So COVID-19 pandemic is expected to make international travel and migration more restrictive and costly. As we all know, we have also heard, maybe for a long time. So the paradigm shift creates significant barriers for IT firms to be able to maintain this cognitive proximity with its clients and could adversely impact their global competition. And talking about the summary of factors that influence overwork behaviors. Negative relationships as individuals. So this is just a graph to show how the job performance, the citizenship, the absenteeism, and the turnover matters. So what matters actually is the general mental abilities that we are working with, how we are treated at work, the health problems, that is what we call as absenteeism, and the turnover will definitely be poor performance. Now, the second point is how we are treated at work, that with something that affects the personality in and all, work-life balance issues, how to balance work and life, that is our personal and professional life, and then positive work attitudes. Talking about
presentation.
Sorry?
Conclude your presentation. There is a 5-minute 4+1.
Sorry?
मैं ये कह रही हूँ कि एक्चुअली टाइम लिमिट है 4 to 5 minutes.
Fine.
Yes,
Okay.
conclude your presentation. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So, developing strategy, since my title is all about strategical development and strategical approach. So, choosing the right opportunities, establishing requirements, developing strategies, then planning the proposal phase, communicating our plans, managing time, cost, and quality, learning from the experience. So coming to the conclusion, employee developments, over and all, if we talk about employee development, is an organizing process which helps employees to enhance their skills and knowledge to contribute more effectively towards the organization. So employee development process begins from day one when an individual joins an organization. So the strategical development techniques and the best practices to be taken are understanding the current position, current situation, reflecting on how you get there, being clear with what we want to do, and the corporate identity, right? That is the mission, vision, and the values. Analyzing our strengths and weaknesses, that is something that we call as a SWOT analysis process. Analyzing the business environment and identifying and evaluating strategic options. So this is how I would like to conclude this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hasina Kabir, ma'am. Very informative presentation. Next मैं कॉल करूंगी डॉक्टर स्वाति जैन. डॉक्टर स्वाति जैन हमारे साथ में है. Next presenter, Dr. Swati Jain.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, please.
Let me share my presentation first, then I'll start.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, visible. Yes, ma'am, visible.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay. As they say, it's not about ideas, it's about making ideas happen. A very good afternoon to everyone present on this virtual platform. I'm Dr. Swati Jain, Associate Professor in Commerce Faculty at SS Jain Subodh PG Mahila Mahavidyalaya, Rambagh, Jaipur. I am feeling very fortunate today to present a paper in this conference on the topic of e-entrepreneurship. Before starting my presentation, let me congratulate the organizers of this conference, especially the principal, Dr. Rita Jain ma'am, for providing such an opportunity to the group of intellectuals and researchers come together to rethink and rediscuss about the various aspects of commerce and management. Let's start with the core first. What an e-entrepreneur is basically. The one individual willing to take the risk of investing time and money in an electronic business. Obviously, आज जितने भी स्पीकर्स आए सबने इस पे एम्फेसाइज किया कि ई एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप इज द डिमांड एंड रिक्वायरमेंट ऑफ टुडेज टाइम्स. Before taking you deep into the subject, it's my duty to introduce you with few of the examples of e-entrepreneurs. These are the big giants, along with whom a small size entrepreneur can start and flourish, like Amazon, Flipkart, Myntra, Snapdeal are some of them. After that, Agio, Misho, Tata Click. These are those companies which follow them lately, but now they are about to overtake them. This paper gave me a chance to present the actual research I have done through my own projects. I am in this business since 2015. Me myself is an entrepreneur and working on all the platforms like Myntra, Flipkart, Agio with my own brand name Vama Jewels, Diva and KGMers. Out of these on Flipkart, we have taken up the gold category and we are into the assured sellers now of Flipkart. For past 7 years, I am working on those platforms and dealing in the fashion jewelry. The opportunity here was that I could use the basic business model along with the internet site. जब भी कोई छोटा एंटरप्रेन्योर बिजनेस स्टार्ट करने की सोचता है तो उसको मन में हमेशा ये एक फोबिया रहता है कि मेरे पास फंड्स नहीं है एंड फ्रॉम वेयर आई कुड अरेंज द फंड्स. तो ये एक ऐसी अपॉर्चुनिटी है हमारे लिए जहाँ पे हम अपने बिजनेस मॉडल को इंटरनेट साइट्स के साथ अटैच कर सकते हैं. जो बड़े जायंट्स हैं, जो प्लेटफॉर्म्स हमको अपॉर्चुनिटी प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं ऑन ऑलमोस्ट नो कॉस्ट. एज यू कैन सी टू स्टार्ट विद इट देयर आर टू ऑप्शंस. दो ऑप्शंस होते हैं हर सेलर के पास, एंटरप्रेन्योर के पास. Either they have to start their own website or the simpler and the easier and above all the cheaper way is to launch through the marketplace. फ्लिपकार्ट के साथ, मिंत्रा के साथ, एजियो के साथ अगर आप काम करेंगे तो स्टार्टिंग बहुत इजी रहेगी but full of challenges. Your internet content should reach the right customer while leveraging the full value of the internet as a marketing tool. But don't get afraid of these challenges. Follow a proper B plan. You should mark your own trade-offs as I have done. I have started everything in-house slowly and steadily, and I am outsourcing only the digital marketing part. Rest of the things I am doing at my own. There are so many websites which are giving you the free opportunity to take care of your e-content. A proper business plan says that जब भी हम business start करें, this is the first and foremost thing, that you establish a proper domain name for yourself, complete all legal formalities, and the most important out of all is, which nobody has discussed, that your domain name should has a brand registry. ये जो सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज मैंने पर्सनली फेस किया इस बिजनेस एरा में कि अगर आप स्टार्टिंग में ही अपना ब्रांड को रजिस्टर करा के ओन कर लेते हैं देन यू आर सेलिंग इन अ सक्सेसफुल बोट. अदरवाइज क्या होता है, आपके प्रोडक्ट के ऊपर लोग मैपिंग कर देते हैं और मैपिंग कर देते हैं तो आप अपने प्रोडक्ट को सेफ गार्ड नहीं कर सकते. देन योर प्रोडक्ट इज बीइंग सोल्ड बाय सम अदर पर्सन जो कि इसके राइट्स नहीं रखता है. There are some other examples also. Here I am telling you that example of lost buy box is there. This is your own product which you have listed on the site, but somebody else is selling because of the reason you don't own your brand. So number one, register your own brand. The government of India has given a site ipiindiaonline.gov.in through which you can register your trademark by paying a proper fees. And now we have to talk about the challenges which are most important कि एक ई एंटरप्रेन्योर को कौन-कौन से challenges starting में face करने पड़ते हैं. Hiring the employees, time management, delegating tasks, choosing what to sell, marketing strategy, कैपिटल, स्ट्रेप्ड बजट होता है, सेल्फ डाउट रहता है, कर पाएंगे या नहीं कर पाएंगे, बट यस, trigger is very important. You have to start at some point. And now finally the recommendations for e-entrepreneurs. गो फॉर अ हाइब्रिड मॉडल। ये मैंने कोविड में सीखा है, जब आपकी इन्वेंट्री बहुत ज्यादा क्लटर होने लगती है तो प्रपोज अ हाइब्रिड मॉडल। ऑनलाइन बिकता है तो ऑनलाइन ठीक है, ऑफलाइन बिकता है तो ऑफलाइन ठीक है। कॉस्ट कटिंग की कोशिश करिए, मिनिमाइज प्रोक्योरमेंट कॉस्ट, खरीदने की कॉस्ट कम करिए। अगर नहीं हो पा रही है तो आप उसको प्रोड्यूस करना शुरू कर दीजिए। फॉर पास्ट 7 years आई हैव स्टार्टेड प्रोड्यूसिंग मेनी ऑफ द प्रोडक्ट विच आर द स्पेशलिटीज ऑफ जयपुर, ऑनलाइन ऑक्सीडाइज्ड हैंडमेड ज्वेलरी एटसेट्रा। एक्सपर्टीज इन हाउस असाइनमेंट्स, जितनी भी चीजें होती हैं उनको एक्सपर्टीज करिए अपने इन हाउस असाइनमेंट्स में विद 2 और 3 वर्कफोर्स। ज्यादा वर्कफोर्स बढ़ाने की जरूरत नहीं है एक स्मॉल बिजनेस के लिए, लेकिन जितने लोग हैं उनका प्रॉपर यूटिलाइजेशन करिए। इंट्रोड्यूस इनोवेट प्रोडक्ट्स, नए प्रोडक्ट्स को इंट्रोड्यूस करने की कोशिश करिए जो अभी तक कोई ई प्लेटफॉर्म्स पे लेके नहीं आया है। यू नो, आई हैव सीन, आई हैव सॉ the people are selling vermicompost also on internet and it is being sold much, जितना ऑफलाइन बिकता है उससे कहीं ज्यादा। collaborate with the vendors, collaborate with the e-commerce partners. The most important thing, at the end I can say that entrepreneurship is recognized as an important driver of economic development both nationally and internationally through its significant contribution to creating new jobs, innovations, and increasing productivity, stimulating competition and competitiveness. Through ICT, entrepreneurs of all sizes can be benefited. आज मेरे लिए एक बहुत फाउंडेशन क्रिएट कर दी थी मदान मैम ने। उन्होंने बहुत सारी चीजें कस्टमर के पर्सपेक्टिव से बताई थी। मैंने जो बताया है वो एक सेलर के पर्सपेक्टिव से है, जिसमें सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट चीज है ट्रेडमार्क रजिस्ट्री कराना अपने ब्रांड की। और दूसरी चीज है, जिस भी वेबसाइट पे आप सेल करते हो, सपोज मेरे एक प्रोडक्ट के ऊपर 371 5 स्टार रेटिंग्स हैं, जैसा कि मैम ने बताया था, रेटिंग्स स्टार्टिंग में कम होती हैं, धीरे धीरे जैसे जैसे प्रोडक्ट ग्रो करता है रेटिंग्स बढ़ने लगती हैं। लेकिन आजकल एक या आई एम अवेयर, जैसे जैसे बढ़ने लगती हैं रेटिंग्स तो उसके ऊपर हमें ये चेक करना होता है एज अ कस्टमर कि ये वेरीफाइड परचेज की रेटिंग है या ये अनवेरीफाइड परचेज की रेटिंग है। क्योंकि एक कस्टमर नहीं खरीदने के बावजूद भी प्रोडक्ट पे रेटिंग डालता है। खराब रेटिंग डालने से सेलर का स्कोर खराब होता है। तो ये सारी चीजें भी फ्रॉम अ सेलर पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू आई कैन टेल यू, एंड एट द एंड आई कैन ओनली टेक यू टू द tour of my website which I have my own.
थैंक यू मैम, थैंक यू सो मच
Okay,
मैम। थैंक यू मैम। नेक्स्ट प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए मैं बुलाना चाहूंगी अंजू गुप्ता।
Just a second.
यस यस मैम,
अपनी प्रेजेंटेशन क्लोज कर दें।
यस मैम, यस। नेक्स्ट प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए मैं बुलाना चाहूंगी डॉक्टर
थैंक यू सो मच,
डॉक्टर अंजू गुप्ता मैम, प्रिंसिपल, एंड अलका कुमावत। Dr. Anju Gupta, yes.
Thank you so much. Myself, Dr. Alka, and I am going to present my paper on decisive role of women in buying decisions with reference of automobile product. This is basically a topic from marketing point of view. So this is a author. I am the co-author of this paper, Dr. Alka Kumawat. So firstly, I will just introduce the objectives of my study.
आपका voice बहुत slow आ रहा है मैम, please.
Just wait, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. बहुत slow आ रहा है मैम.
Now is it audible?
Yes,
now
ma'am.
is it audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So the objectives of my study was to analyze the role of women in buying cars and to find the position of women. As we all know that women plays an important role nowadays in buying decision making. So I was just researching on the role of women basically in making the buying decision making. And nowadays women are earning also. So in that case, what are their roles and responsibilities and how they influence the consumer decision making. decision making. That was the main motive and objective of my paper, and it is also to find out the aspects influencing the women consumer and decision making. So because the time limit is only 5 to 10 minutes, I have just summarized everything. This is my research methodology, the descriptive research design I have used, and the sampling techniques was convenience sampling. Primary data was used, and the data collected through questionnaire, and the 50 respondents were there in this research. And for analysis purpose, I have used a mean, ANOVA, and regression analysis. So now this is the summarized form of the data that I have collected. The first one is age of the respondent that I have collected. That is 26 to 35 years of respondents were there in my questionnaire that I have selected. After that, if we talk about the family size of the respondent, then it's right like 50% of the families who have 3 to 6 members at their family, and 46.4% families have up to 3 members. So this is the profile of my respondent. And after that, if we talk about the type of the family, most of the respondents are from nuclear family, where the women have influenced the decision making. And this is the occupation of the responding. Most of them were service class, because nowadays women are more in service sector, so that's why the most of the respondent belongs to the service sector. After that, if we talk about the income of the respondent, then it is an equivalently divided. There are variety of respondents who have income less than 50 years, less than 50,000, 50,000 to 2 lakh. And these are the, just wait. Yeah. Now, this is the last, I can say, the analysis of my paper, that these are the variables which are affecting the basic motive of decision making. So when I concluded, when I drawn out the conclusion part, hello. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. So when I come to the concluding part, this is the time saving device. Basically, these are some of the attributes that I have taken for my paper: time saving device and source of entertainment, item of necessity. So these are some of the attributes that I have given to the respondent, that why they buy car, and why women basically buy their car. So after analyzing, I have found that this is the family requirement nowadays. Automobile, or we can say the two wheeler, four wheeler is the basic family requirement instead of source of entertainment or item of necessity. So that's why the women influenced a lot in this. And at last, I would like to conclude that basically women plays a very prominent role, very important role in making decisions and related to the automobile sectors. And most of the working women, basically they influence decision making power, and they have an important role. So this is the message to the marketer, or we can say the retailers, who are focusing on the on their customers, so where the decision making of the women is also a very important factor. Thank you so much.
थैंक यू, थैंक यू, थैंक यू। नेक्स्ट मैं बुलाना चाहूंगी पार्टिसिपेंट्स तनिष्का जैन, स्टूडेंट तनिष्का जैन। यस तनिष्का।
Just give me some moment. I'll be just there.
ओके ओके बेटा। यस तनिष्का।
Yes, ma'am. Just give me some moment. I'll just start the presentation. Just give me some moment.
एनी इशू बेटा?
Ma'am, just connecting to Zoom
Okay.
from my laptop. Right
Okay.
now from computer.
ओके ओके। अच्छा आप करिए, जब तक हम नेक्स्ट पार्टिसिपेंट्स को बुला लेते हैं बच्चे, ठीक है?
हाँ, sure, ma'am, sure.
नेक्स्ट है रजनी गुप्ता। रजनी गुप्ता नेक्स्ट प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए रजनी गुप्ता को मैं बुलाना चाहूंगी। रजनी गुप्ता है?
यस मैम।
ओके प्लीज। यस यस
मैम इट इज विजिबल?
यस विजिबल।
ओके मैम।
बड़ा फुल स्क्रीन कर लीजिए। स्लाइड स्लो, स्लाइड शो। Yes.
A very good afternoon to everyone present here. My name is Rajni Gupta. I am doing BCom from SUBODH College, Jaipur, and my topic is GST and challenges. GST गुड्स एंड सर्विस टैक्स जो हमारे भारत में स्वतंत्रता के बाद का टैक्स में सबसे अच्छा सुधार है। यह एक इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स है जो बहुत से टैक्स से हटकर एक इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स बना है और यह राज्य और केंद्र सरकार द्वारा वसूला जाता है। यह टैक्स जो आज लगभग 160 देशों में इम्प्लीमेंट हो चुका है। सबसे पहले जीएसटी फ्रांस में टैक्स चोरी को रोकने के लिए 1954 में इम्प्लीमेंट हुआ था। भारत में यह आइडिया जो आया सबसे पहले 99 में अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी को आया और उन्होंने असीम दास गुप्ता जी को जो वेस्ट बंगाल के फाइनेंशियल मिनिस्टर थे उन्होंने उनके अंडर में एक कमेटी स्थापित की और जीएसटी को अप्रैल 2010 में लागू करने की योजना थी, लेकिन राजनीतिक मुद्दों के कारण इसे वहीं रोक दिया गया था। इस टैक्स को अंतिम मूल्य में शामिल किया जाता है और बिक्री के स्थान पर उपभोक्ता द्वारा भुगतान किया जाता है और विक्रेता द्वारा सरकार को पारित किया जाता है। एक एकीकृत जीएसटी प्लेटफॉर्म वाला देश केंद्रीय करों जैसे सेल्स टैक्स, एक्साइज ड्यूटी, वैट, सर्विस टैक्स को राज्य स्तरीय करों के साथ मिला देता है। जीएसटी गुड्स एंड सर्विस पर लगने वाला एक इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स है जो भारत में 1 जुलाई 2017 को लागू हुआ। सबसे पहले असम में 12 अगस्त 2016 शुक्रवार मध्य रात्रि को लागू किया गया था और इस तरह से जीएसटी की 3 प्रकार की निर्धारित की गई है। पहला एसजीएसटी, स्टेट गुड्स एंड सर्विस टैक्स, जो राज्य के भीतर राज्य सरकार के हिस्से में जाने वाला टैक्स होता है। दूसरा सीजीएसटी, सेंट्रल गुड्स एंड सर्विस टैक्स, जो केंद्र सरकार के हिस्से में जाने वाला टैक्स होता है। तीसरा आईजीएसटी, इंटीग्रेटेड गुड्स एंड सर्विस टैक्स, जो सीजीएसटी और एसजीएसटी दोनों का जोड़ होता है और केंद्र सरकार को ही चुकाया जाता है। इसके अलावा यूजीएसटी होता है, यह वो टैक्स होता है जो राज्य केंद्र शासित प्रदेशों में आते हैं, वहाँ यूजीएसटी लगता है, जैसे नई दिल्ली, पांडुचेरी, जम्मू कश्मीर, दमन एंड दीव आदि, यहाँ यूजीएसटी लगाया जाता है। कुछ रिसर्च मेथोलॉजी है इसकी, जो यह रिसर्च की गई है वह सेकंड डाटा के बेस पर की गई है। इसके अलग अलग सोर्सेज है जैसे बुक, गवर्नमेंट रिपोर्ट्स, जर्नल्स, आर्टिकल्स, न्यूज़पेपर्स, जो जीएसटी के अलग अलग पहलू पर फोकस करते हैं। भारत में जो जीएसटी लागू करने का सुझाव सबसे पहले दिया था विजय केलकर समिति ने 2009 में दिया, जो इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स सिस्टम में गुणात्मक चेंज लाया और जिससे भारत की जीडीपी में बहुत विकास हुआ। एहतशाम अहमद और सत्य पोदार ने गुड्स एंड सर्विस टैक्स रिफॉर्म में सजेशन दिया था कि भारत में अंतर सरकारी विचार जीएसटी की शुरुआत सरल और बहुत पारदर्शी प्रणाली प्रदान करेगी। उत्पादकता और अर्थव्यवस्था के उत्पादन में भी वृद्धि के लिए जीएसटी के तर्कसंगत डिजाइन पर उन्होंने निर्भर करता है। जीएसटी माल और सेवा पर लगने वाला एक इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स है जो पहले मौजूद कई तरह के टैक्स जैसे एक्साइज ड्यूटी, वैट, वैल्यू एडेड टैक्स, एंट्री टैक्स, सर्विस टैक्स वगैरह को हटा के एक इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स जीएसटी लगाया गया था, जिसकी 5 रेट निर्धारित की गई थी: 0%, 5%, 12%, 18% और 28%। इन सभी और अन्य मुद्दों के समाधान के लिए संविधान 122वां और लोकसभा 16 में 19 दिसंबर 2014 को बिल पेश किया गया था। मानव उपभोग के लिए शराब को छोड़कर सभी वस्तुओं और सेवाओं की आपूर्ति पर जीएसटी लगाना था। इसका सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज यह था कि सारे इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स को एक छत के नीचे कैसे लाया जाए और बहुमत में राज्यों की रजामंदी कैसे हो। दूसरी बात, प्रशासन के लिए यह बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज था कि वह राज्य और केंद्रीय मेंबरों को कैसे ट्रेन करे। इनके लिए सबसे बड़ा यही चैलेंज था। जीएसटी को लागू करने के बाद में यह रिजल्ट निकला कि देश का टैक्सेशन सिस्टम सिंपल हो गया था, क्योंकि सारे टैक्स को हटा के एक इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स लागू कर दिया गया है, और जिसकी वजह से कैलकुलेशन बहुत इजी हो गई है। आखिर में इसका कंक्लूजन यह निकला कि कर व्यवस्था में बहुत सुधार हुआ। यह बिल वन कंट्री वन टैक्स लागू करने के लिए लाया गया था, और जीएसटी अनुपालन होने के कारण व्यवसाय एकीकृत कर प्रणाली में बहुत ही सुगमता हो गई।
Please conclude your presentation.
Thank you so much for listening to my presentation.
Okay, thank you बेटा। चलिए।
Thank you ma'am.
Next मैं बुलाना चाहूंगी तनिष्का। Ready तनिष्का?
Yes ma'am, thank you so much. I'll just
Yes, Tanishka, next presentation, Tanishka.
Yes. Hope my screen is visible.
Yes, visible. Slide show कर लीजिए बेटा एक बार.
Yes. Hello, good afternoon everyone. Myself Tanishka Jain from BBA Party. I would like to
आ रही है वॉइस की. आप देखिए आपके आसपास कुछ वॉइस का डिस्टरबेंस आ रहा है, एक बार आप चेक करिए. अगर कोई दूसरा डिवाइस ऑन है तो उसको बंद कर दीजिए बेटा.
अभी मेरी ऑडियो ठीक है?
बेटा ऑडियो ठीक है बट सॉरी वीडियो ठीक है, पर ऑडियो में बेटा पीछे से डिस्टरबेंस आ रहा है. एक बार चेक कीजिए आपके आसपास.
एक्चुअली आई एम इनटू कंप्यूटर लैब ना, तो वहां से थोड़ा नॉइस आ रहा है.
देखिए कोई और डिवाइसेस है तो एक बार चेक करिए प्लीज बेटा. उनको बोल दीजिए पीछे कि आप अभी शोर ना करें.
मैम एक्चुअली कंप्यूटर लैब में क्लास चल रही है, दैट्स व्हाई पीछे से थोड़ा नॉइस आ रहा है.
हाँ तो उनको बोलिए कि 5 मिनट के लिए एक बार रोक दे, है ना?
Okay, yeah ma'am. Is it okay now?
बोल दीजिए. yes.
Okay, so my topic is first generation entrepreneurs, opportunities and challenges. Let's go ahead. Its introduction. Who are first generation entrepreneurs? First of all, first generation entrepreneurs are those entrepreneurs who are the people who are first into their family to start their own business or a startup or running a business. And जो entrepreneur term है वो फ्रेंच और जर्मन टर्म से मिलके बना है, जिसमें फ्रेंच और जर्मन के दोनों ही पार्ट्स इंक्लूडेड हैं. जहाँ पे जैसे कि हम कहें फर्स्ट जनरेशन एंटरप्रेन्योर्स, तो उनके लिए अबाउट 170 मैनेजमेंट और बिजनेस स्कूल्स हैं इन पूरे जयपुर में. ऑल ओवर इंडिया देयर आर मिलियंस ऑफ स्टूडेंट्स जो कि बिजनेस फील्ड चूज करते हैं टू adopt further studies and all. And there is a further mindset of people ki hum for management students that we could only get a decent and a good job, but there are few more people who opt for their higher educations as masters in any business administration or a PhD. तो जैसे कि हम जानते हैं कि जॉब एक अल्टीमेट एम रहता है आफ्टर कंप्लीटिंग बैचलर्स फॉर मेनी ऑफ द स्टूडेंट्स. तो इट्स नॉट कॉमन टू फाइंड यूथ एंटरप्रेन्योर्स. तो यूथ एंटरप्रेन्योर्स यूजुअली जल्दी से मिलते नहीं हैं, एंड देयर आर रेयर चांसेस टू फाइंड यूथ एंटरप्रेन्योर्स. सो लेट्स गो अहेड. तो हम पूरी प्रेजेंटेशन में जो टॉपिक्स डिस्कस करने जा रहे हैं, मेनली इट्स फर्स्ट इज डेफिनेशन एंड टाइप्स ऑफ एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप, नेक्स्ट इज देयर रोल एंड challenges faced by young entrepreneurs, and what are their roles played by financial institutions, by educational institutions or research and development center, by government, or points noteworthy to young entrepreneurs, and the conclusion. So first, what is entrepreneurship? Entrepreneurship can be defined as it is a professional application of knowledge, skills and competencies, or monetizing a new idea by an individual or a set of people by launching an enterprise. There are two types of entrepreneurship we can categorize in. First is social and second is business. Social entrepreneurship are those where people value wealth accumulation and the profit generated by their company. Whether in business, people define wealth as dollar made through their actions. It means that main motive of business entrepreneurship is to make money as much as they can, and social entrepreneurship's main aim is to get the profit they get is to put in the society and make the society wealth improve. And main aim of social is entrepreneur sees money as just a tool to affect real change throughout the world. And in business, money is the goal of business. Next, as we are talking about young entrepreneurs, first generation entrepreneurs, so young entrepreneurs, the role they play and how successful they are. The images which you are seeing right now are some of the most famous persons in youth entrepreneurs right now, and some of their names are, I could just say, is Bhavesh Agarwal from Ola Cabs, Vijay Shankar Sharma from PTM, and so on, who are young entrepreneurs, who are the youth of this generation, and are just being an inspiration for all of us. And not just after facing so many challenges and so many things they had faced, and still some of more known and unknown entrepreneurs are facing, and they are even successful, and we are so much of us are well known from all of these people. And let's go ahead. Next, what are the challenges which young entrepreneurs mainly face? First, lack of relevant information, because as they are first generation entrepreneurs, so they don't have that much of information to conduct or to get on into their business. Next is prevalent mentality for opting job or to go for further studies, because mainly to opt for entrepreneurship, usually it is quite risky for people to opt for the easiest way to go for either for higher studies or for jobs. Next is getting affected by family, teachers, and lack of sufficient savings. Next is people have limited business network.
The
And
time is exceed. Beta, conclude your presentation.
Yeah, ma'am, just 2 minutes. Next, just some topics left. Can I just complete them?
Fast, beta, fast.
Okay. Yeah, and the role that can be played by financial institutions, what they can play the role as for youth entrepreneurs are explore innovative opportunities such as venture, debt, soft loans, and etc. for startups. Next, the role that can educational institute play, make entrepreneurship a core subject in business schools, topic relating to business ethics, early enterprise management, etc. And the role which government can play is government should frame policies that encourage new entrepreneurs and make policy information available and easily accessible, which are relevant to new startups. Next, some important highlight points which will be very important for youth entrepreneurs if they are opting. Understand product and market as well. Be open to ideas and take in form risk, and focus on quality. Cost is forgotten, but quality never. So that's all what I want to say. And now I would love to conclude this, as many of entrepreneurship as basically is a mindset and attitude, and it's talking particular approach to doing things and motivate us to be an entrepreneur, as we had been through different things of youth entrepreneurship. So we should just say that it's a nice thing to opt for, but you should be ready for every possible and impossible risk. Thank you. Thanks for being there.
थैंक यू बेटा. नेक्स्ट प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए बुलाना चाहूंगी यति जैन. यति.
Yes, ma'am.
It's not just about being better, it's about being different. A very good afternoon to all the chief guests, our principal, mentors, and all my dear friends. It's my pleasure to have in front of you all. So, firstly, I would like to thank my mentors for giving me this golden super chance to express myself. This side Yati Jain from BCom second year is going to present in a small presentation on the topic influence of COVID-19 on banking sector. As we all know, COVID-19 is a pathetic pandemic which not only disrupted all over the world, but also economic and our banking sector. So the main aim to choose this topic is to understand the impact of COVID-19 on banking sector, to identify the measures taken by the bank during pandemic, to compare the situation of bank after and before COVID. As we all know, during this pandemic, we all got disrupted, not our personal life, but our banking sector, our economic condition are also gone very worst. So due to this, I have chosen this topic to understand all these things. Next, we have the structure of bank. Bank, we know what is bank. Bank is basically a financial institution licensed to receive deposits and grant loans. We know the main aim of the bank is to provide loans, but during this situation, what is going to happen? Bank has lack of liquidity, due to which they are unable to provide loans. So, is there any impact of COVID-19? If yes, then both. We all know this affects our banking sector at first. So, what is the
screen?
Hello?
हाँ बेटा आपका स्क्रीन प्रेजेंट नहीं हो रहा है. Continue, beta, continue.
Ma'am, is it visible?
Yes, visible. Continue.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. So the objective of the bank is to understand the impact of COVID-19 on the banking sector, as there is a very negative impact towards this. So what are these? Let them study. So there is an impact of COVID-19? Yes, we all know there is a very worst impact towards our banking sector. That is, firms due to less revenue, not able to repay loans. The firms who take the loans from the banking sector, they are unable to pay the principal amount. Then how can we say that they are paying interest amount? So this is the main thing which directly affect our banking sector. Similarly, households who have lost their jobs, not able to repay loans. This will result not only in lost revenue, but also in losses. Banks facing increasing demand for credit, as especially firms required cash to meet their cost. One time the situation is created that banks have lack of liquidity. They are unable to pay credit loans to the general public. And sometimes situation might create that bank need to sell their bonds and their financial institutions to sell their liquidity. We all know that bank has many functions. Out of that, there is one function that is lender to last resort. It means that RBI will help commercial banks and other banks if there is no funds for them. But what happens during that COVID time? The efficiency of lender to last resort become less because they doesn't have any liquidity so that they can meet their day-to-day requirements also. Next, we have 4 keywords of coronavirus and banking. First is credit management. It is basically the process of monitoring and collecting payment from customers. During this time, customers are unable to repay their loan amount because of less of money. They don't have that much of money. Next, we have revenue comparison. It means they are not generating any profit. I am saying that there is no money for them, then how can I say that they are generating any profit? So there is no revenue for their households and for their own self. So this is the main reason, and this is a very negative impact towards our banking sector. Next, we have research methodology of COVID-19. This research is based on the impact of COVID-19. The entire world is facing a tough situation with the name of COVID. Indian government related to Federal Reserve System Bank of India is inside the methodology of growing new arrangements which had to decrease effect of COVID-19. Yes, we all know that whenever there is any crisis over there, at first we are very unstable of that situation, but later on we know how to deal with that situation. So same thing happens with COVID-19. Earlier it was very difficult to us to deal with that situation, but if we say that there is third wave of COVID-19, then easily we can deal with that because we have an idea, we have not that much of scares now, we can easily handle the situation.
Conclude your presentation. Time is exceed.
At last, I want to say banks will work during a cash relatable framework that's inundated with the liquidity and advance charges are very low. So the government are completing being to be a central part inside the cash related sectors, both as borrower and hazard safeguard. That means at the time of these crises, bank yes, we know that bank there is no money for the bank, but in fact they started working for the workers, for the poor peoples who do not have a little bit. So this is for this presentation. Thank you for listening me. Thank you.
Thank you बेटा. चलिए अब हमारे साथ में है हमारी लास्ट प्रेजेंटेटर नेहा उपमान, स्टूडेंट नेहा उपमान, सोनिया खंडेलवाल एंड रिचा.
यस मैम.
यस नेहा उपमान. और भी कोई यहाँ पर है प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए? बिकॉज मेरे पास नाम है पर मुझे यहाँ पर शो नहीं हो रहा है, तो प्लीज मुझे एक बार टेक्स्ट कर दे. आई थिंक द लास्ट पार्टिसिपेंट इज नेहा उपमान. यस नेहा उपमान.
Yes ma'am.
यस.
Yes ma'am. Good afternoon to one and all present here. I am Sonia Khandelwal along with my teammates Neha Sharma and Richa Dubey. I am present my presentation in front of you all. If I commit any mistake, please do not give ear on it. So my topic is rural development presented by Neha Sharma and Sonia Khandelwal. Is my screen visible, ma'am?
No beta, not visible. डबल क्लिक टू एंटर फुल स्क्रीन मोड. एक बार डबल क्लिक करो बेटा. प्रेजेंट नहीं हो रहा आपका स्क्रीन. यस यस विजिबल.
So my topic is rural development. These are my contents of my topic. What is rural development? Objective, limitations, significances, conclusion, and references. So first of all, we know what is rural development. Rural development is a strategy by which more employment opportunity are created in rural area and efforts are made to increase the level of income. According to International Bank of Reconstruction and Development, rural development is a strategy designed to improve the social and economic life of a specific group of people. The group include marginal farmers, landless laborers. So here we are on objective by which we can easily understand the objective of my topic rural development. Though these points are removal of poverty, bridging rural and urban gap, removal of unemployment, education development, drinking water supply, rural sanitation, reduce underemployment and many more. So here we are at limitation by which rural development is not fully developed. So these points are the deforestation, clash between rural and urban people, corruption, end of rural scale, change in rural culture. So now we have significances. So basically these are categorized in three parts: economic, sector, and political. In economic, development of agriculture and industrial development, transport development, trade development, and building infrastructure. So here we on social sector. So these are political control, expansion of medical facility, social upliftment, and many more. Political sector include political awakeness, national character, and decentralization of power. Now we have on conclusion. Village means the community of people. Before independent India's village economy was capable to fulfilling almost its whole requirement. Today, Indian village have not remained old villages due to planned economic development. Drastic changes have been taken place in rural economy. Village have been connected to farthest distance of the world through internet and telecommunication and modern
means of transport. We have these touch point which we can understand it. Voting, it has voting rights, self-sufficient in food grain. It drew the attention of political parties, infrastructure development, development of social services. So next we have references by which we can collect all the data in this presentation. And thank you so much.
थैंक यू बेटा, थैंक यू टू ऑल प्रेजेंटेटर, सभी प्रेजेंटेशन करने वालों को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत थैंक यू। चलिए नेक्स्ट मैं बुलाना चाहूंगी कॉन्फ्रेंस रिपोर्ट के लिए डॉक्टर वंदना शर्मा मैम को, कोऑर्डिनेटर ऑफ द कॉन्फ्रेंस डॉक्टर वंदना शर्मा मैम। इसी के साथ हमारा 4th टेक्निकल सेशन यहीं पर समाप्त होता है और हम चलते हैं वैलिडिटी की ओर। और इसी क्रम में मैं बुलाना चाहूंगी डॉक्टर वंदना शर्मा, कोऑर्डिनेटर ऑफ द कॉन्फ्रेंस रिपोर्ट के लिए डॉक्टर वंदना शर्मा मैम।
Thank you, Seema ma'am. At the end of our technical session 4, we come to an end of our 2-day international conference on the role of commerce and management in attaining sustainable development goals. So there were a lot of learnings in this conference, lots of presentations were there. We had the faculty presentation as well as the student presentation. In the valedictory session, I would like to sum up the papers, the presenters, जितने भी हमारे speakers थे, उन सब ने किन किन topics को लिया. So that would be all concluded in this report. The 2-day international conference commenced on 22nd October 2021 at 9 a.m. in the morning with Saraswati Vanna followed by Namokar Mantra. Thereafter, the principal of the college, Dr. Rita Jain ma'am, gave brief outline about the college and welcomed the invited speakers, academicians, and participants, and wished them the best for upcoming sessions and presentations. The coordinator of the conference gave details about the objectives of the conference. The conference brought together around 300 plus participants from different parts of the country and abroad, like Punjab, Delhi, Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, Andhra Pradesh, Australia, Singapore, and Dubai. So we had the participants from all over these places. To provide qualitative education and promote research, the college has been organizing such conferences and seminars on regular basis. While making the conference happen, we found that it can really complement a physical event with strategic planning, proper networking, internal and external coordination. The objective of the conference was to provide a platform for discussion at this time of global crisis when the whole world is engrossed in finding sustainable development strategies.
Most of them are SMS retired people. बिल्कुल
that can help academicians and corporates to overcome the crisis. It helped the participants to share their experiences, inspire each other, build network, and take actions by giving them a virtual platform. Technical session 1 began with Professor Dr. Anil Mehta sir, who discussed on how to manage millennial workforce, performance management initiatives, rewards, and recognitions that can be attached to nurture workforce in organizations. We had our second speaker, Professor Nafeez Khan from Aligarh University. He highlighted various issues and importance of IIMs and quality education in attaining SDGs. Our next speaker was Ms. Garima Datta who highlighted how companies are using CSR responsibility and ESG challenges. After that, CA Nikhil Lanani discussed economic data, policies, and current economic conditions and their impact on automobile advertising sector and capital marketing, etc. This was followed by paper presentation. The topics of paper presentations were related to commerce, economics, and accounting. The paper presenters of the first session are Dr. Sumitra Sharda, who spoke on the topic performance improvement through various operational strategies in business organization. Then we had our second presenter, P. Murli Krishna. He spoke on the topic, the influence of service quality, brand image, and price of the product on choice of channel in multi-channel distribution in buying health and insurance. The technical session 2 was opened by Professor Imran Salim. He took the topic sustainable transformation through effective leadership. Dr. Anirban Singh Gupta stressed upon women participation in achieving sustainable development goals. Then we had our next speaker, Dr. Shabnam Siddiqui ma'am, who had very influential and very informative session, and she also focused on the various important aspects of attaining sustainable development. The second session was also followed by paper presentation. The paper presenters were Dr. Maya Agarwal, who took the topic role of digital marketing in sustainable development. Ms. Seema Gotwal, she spoke on the topic role of entrepreneur in economic growth and FDI in healthcare retail and its impact on sales of Indian pharmaceutical companies. Our next participant was Riddhi Kalani. She also took very important topic related to FDI. The fourth presenter in the second session was Isha Best, and she took the topic first generation entrepreneur opportunities and challenges. On day 2 of the conference, that was on 23rd October 2021, the technical session was started by Professor Vishnu Parikh. He was from Australia. He highlighted the role of sustainable development in the field of energy conservation. Our second speaker on day 2 was Ms. Riya Vaidya. She spoke on sustainable business practices that are at present the need of an hour. The third presenter was Dr. Ruchi Jain ma'am. She highlighted on efficacy of educational models that can help in achieving education for sustainable development in our country. In the third session, the presenters were Ms. Dharna. She spoke on the topic introduction of disaster management programs for the growth of tourism industry. Then we had Garima Singh. She spoke on EIA and sustainable development. Our next presenter was Dr. Mahesh Navaria. He spoke on strategic management of sustainable rural development in India. Then we had Dr. Anju Gupta, Dr. Alka Kumawar. Dr. Anju Gupta is principal of Khandelwal Vaishya Girls Institute of Technology, Jaipur, and they spoke on the topic decisive role of women in buying decisions with reference to automobile products. Our next presenter was Priyanka Jain. She took the topic study on mediating role of intellectual capital on relation between CSR and SMEs. The next presentation was from Nisha Bish, and she spoke on role of IT in basic quality of education, the challenges, critical role and contribution of rural women in India. The next topic was from Shikhi Jain, and she spoke on women empowerment. At last, Session 4 was taken up, in which Dr. Sushila Madan, she was the first speaker in this session, and she emphasized on the role of e-commerce in achieving SDGs. Dr. Ekta Acharya stressed upon the role of IT in improving basic quality of education and provided a working model of IT that can be applied on modern day education systems. Mr. Rahul Nalgota elaborated the trends of e-commerce in India through his presentation, and he was the last speaker of session 4. So that was all from the speaker side. In the session 4 also we had some paper presentations, and the name of paper presenters are Dr. Hashima ma'am. The topic was an international virtual conference on role of commerce and management in achieving sustainable development goals. After that, Dr. Swati Jain, she presented her paper on e-entrepreneurship, opportunities and challenges. Dr. Anshu Gupta ma'am, she spoke on the topic decisive role of women in buying decisions with reference of automobile product. Then we had Rajni Gupta. She spoke on GST and challenges. Yati Jain was the next presenter in 4th session, and she spoke on influence of COVID-19 on banking sector of India. The last presentation from the presenter side was Neha Sharma and Sonia Khandelwal, and they spoke on the topic rural development that included sustainable agricultural development in our country. So that was all from the in the report of the conference. I hope the conference would have led you to gain knowledge in various aspects related to the commerce and management side of commerce. Now I request our moderators to kindly take the mic. To continue with the valedictory session, I would like to invite Dr. Shubhangi Sharma for the prize distribution ceremony. Dr. Shubhangi Sharma.
Thank you, Vanda ma'am, and good afternoon, all of you. I heartily welcome you all to the prize distribution ceremony for the 2-day international conference. And it gives me immense pleasure to host this ceremony that is being observed to commemorate the Best Paper Presenter Award in the category of faculty and student. Now, the criteria for the judgment was based on content, relevance, and presentation of the topic. To give a fair view and arrive at accurate decisions, an internal and external panel of judges, which comprised of subject experts, was formed. Now, without much wait and delay, I invite respected Principal Ma'am, Dr. Rita Jain Ma'am, to announce the winners. Over to you, ma'am.
Yes. Namaskar. First of all, many congratulations to our organizing team, and especially to Dr. Vandana Sharma. They effort a lot in a short span of time in organizing this conference. And this conference was such an informative conference. Is दो दिवसीय international conference, role of commerce and management in achieving sustainable development goals, में आप सभी speakers पार्टिसिपेंट्स का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद जिन्होंने अपने बिजी शेड्यूल में से इसके लिए समय निकाला, और स्पीकर्स जिन्हें भी हमने अप्रोच किया और उन्होंने बिना कुछ कहे हमारा प्रपोजल एक्सेप्ट किया, एंड नॉट इवन इन इंडिया, इवन आउट ऑफ इंडिया भी जितने भी स्पीकर्स को हमने अप्रोच किया, दे एक्सेप्ट आवर प्रपोजल even in very short time. They accept our proposal. Now it's time to announce the result. सभी प्रेजेंटर्स को अपने रिजल्ट का वेट है, तो उसके लिए मैं उनको और ज्यादा वेट नहीं करने दूंगी। सभी प्रेजेंटर्स ने बहुत अच्छा प्रेजेंटेशन दिया। जैसा कि मुझे जजेस ने बताया कि उनके लिए रैंक देना बहुत मुश्किल था, बट as per rule we have to select only one best paper in each session. We select 4 presentations in one from each session, although it was very difficult for our judges to select one because all the presenters are very, very nice, but we have to select only one. Our conference was started on 22nd October, and the result of first session of 22nd October is Dr. Murli Krishnan, Department of Management Studies, Aditya Institute of Technology and Management, Andhra Pradesh. Sir, you presented your paper very well, and the paper title is The Influence of Service, Quality, Brand Image and Price of the Product. Sir, many, many congratulations from SUBODH Girls PG College, Sanganer. And on 22nd October, in second session, Miss Anupama Sharma, she's from Shri Guru Govind Singh College, Chandigarh. And her paper title was Awareness of Consumers in E-commerce Sector, a Case Study. Many, many congratulations to you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
And on 23rd October, we had 2 sessions, and in first session, Dr. Priyanka Jain, she's from ICFI University, Jaipur, and her paper title was Study on Mediating Role of Intellectual Capital on Relations Between CSR and Financial Performance in SMEs. Congratulations to you, ma'am. You presented very well. And in fourth session, Dr. Swati Jain, her paper title was E-Entrepreneurship, Opportunity Challenges, and she's from our sister concern, SUBODH Mahila Mahavidyalaya, Rambagh. Many, many congratulations, Swati ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
आप सभी को बहुत बहुत बधाई, और आपने इतना अच्छा पार्टिसिपेशन किया, आपने सभी इतना अपना टाइम निकाला, इसके लिए आप सबको बहुत बहुत congratulations, and your award and certificate will reach to you soon. Congratulations once again. Thanks a lot to all of you.
थैंक यू मैम, थैंक यू सो मच मैम। वैसे मैम ने सबको थैंक यू बोला, पर सबसे बड़ा बिग थैंक यू मैम को है, बिकॉज मैम हमारे साथ में है। मैम आप इंजन है, हम तो आपके पीछे चलने वाले कहीं ना कहीं। मैम स्टूडेंट कैटेगरी अवार्ड,
Yeah, there is one more award, right? Yes. I forgot to announce. In student, we have one more award in student category, and she's Riddhi Kalani, research scholar, Modi University, and her title FDI in Healthcare, Retail and its Impact. Congratulations to you, Riddhi. Many, many congratulations. अभी तो आप रिसर्च स्कॉलर हैं, आप इसी तरह आगे भी करती रहें। हमारी बेस्ट विशेस हमेशा आपके साथ रहेंगी। Congratulations to you. Thank you.
Congratulations to all winners. सभी को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। पूरा सुबोध महाविद्यालय परिवार आप सभी को शुभकामनाएं प्रेषित करता है, और मैम को बहुत बहुत थैंक यू कि मैम ने हम पूरी की पूरी टीम पर इतना ट्रस्ट दिखाया और इस 2 दिवसीय कॉन्फ्रेंस को बहुत ही अच्छे से ऑर्गेनाइज करने में मैम का हमेशा हम लोगों के साथ सपोर्ट रहा। चलिए सभी लोगों से मैं गुजारिश करूंगी कि सभी अपना कैमरा जरूर ऑन करिए, क्योंकि कहते हैं कि हम लोगों ने यादें बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट होती हैं और हम आप सभी की जो खूबसूरत छवियां हैं उनको अपने यादों के पिटारों में कैद करना चाह रहे हैं। तो जितने भी लोग यहाँ पर हैं हमारे साथ में, क्योंकि हम बहुत ही जल्द अपनी इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के अंतिम पड़ाव की ओर बढ़ने जा रहे हैं, तो सभी से मैं गुजारिश करूंगी, सभी से निवेदन करूंगी हाथ जोड़कर कि आप सभी लोग अपनी खूबसूरत सी छवियों को हमारे सामने रखें, ताकि हम आप सभी को अपने सुबोध के यादों के पिटारों में कैद कर ले। और जितने भी पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं सबके टेलीग्राम ग्रुप पे फीडबैक फॉर्म आ चुका होगा, तो आप प्लीज उसको भर दीजिएगा। एंड अब मैं वोट ऑफ थैंक्स के लिए बहुत ही आदर के साथ, बहुत ही सम्मान के साथ बुलाना चाहूंगी डॉक्टर सूजन सैम मैम को, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ होम साइंस, कि वो आए और वोट ऑफ थैंक्स प्रेषित करे। डॉक्टर सूजन सैम मैम। यस, फर्स्ट फोटो सेशन मैम। आप भी मैम अपना कैमरा ऑन करके ब्यूटीफुल सी स्माइल दे दीजिए। चलिए हम चलते हैं सभी लोग।
सीमा मैम, क्योंकि हमारा नेट नहीं काम कर रहा है इसलिए वी विल शेयर द स्क्रीन। तो ऑन हो सकता है किसी किसी स्क्रीन में हम 2-3 जने एक साथ फिट होने की कोशिश करें।
मैम कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, 3 जने, 4 जने, 5 जने, 10 जने, बस आ जाइए आप सब, जैसे भी आना प्लीज। जो लोग हैं मेरे साथ आ जाइए, चलिए मेरे साथ आ जाइए, क्योंकि पूरी की पूरी टीम आ जाइए सभी लोग। यस, और मैं कहना चाहूंगी कि जब हम फोटो खींचने जाते हैं तो फोटोग्राफर सिर्फ एक ही चीज कहता है, एंड वो कहता है कि स्माइल प्लीज। तो वैसे ही एक छोटा सा मैसेज कि जब हम 2 मिनट मुस्कुराते हैं तो हमारी फोटो इतनी सुंदर आती है, तो हम जिंदगी भर मुस्कुराएंगे तो हमारी जिंदगी कितनी ब्यूटीफुल हो सकती है। एक सुंदर सा मैसेज सुबोध महाविद्यालय परिवार की ओर से आप सभी के लिए। तो सभी से मुस्कुराइए क्योंकि आप सुबोध में हैं। चलिए 1 2 3। जस्ट वेट। थैंक यू सो मच। मुझे आप सभी को देखकर, वैसे मैं आपको बता दूं कि आज बहुत ज्यादा टेक्निकल प्रॉब्लम, बिकॉज राजस्थान में इश्यू चल रहा है नेट का। तो जितने भी लोग, मतलब मुझे लगता है कि वैसे तो हम लोगों ने बहुत ही कम लोगों को जूम पे यहाँ पर जोड़ा है। आप ये पूरा का पूरा सेशन जूम पे वापस से देख सकते हैं आप सभी लोग। तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, हम बाद में भी इसको जूम पे देख सकते हैं, सॉरी यूट्यूब पे देख सकते हैं। सॉरी देखो, मैं इतनी ओवर एक्साइटेड हूँ कि मैं भूल रही हूँ कि मुझे क्या बोलना है। इतना खुशी हो रहा है मुझे, और मुझे लगता है यहाँ पे सभी को इतनी खुशी हो रही होगी जितनी मुझे हो रही है। थोड़ा सा दिखाइए ना। चलिए बढ़ते हैं। मैं वोट ऑफ थैंक्स के लिए इनवाइट करूंगी हमारी बहुत ही प्यारी सी मैम सूजन मैम, जिनका प्यार, जिनका आशीर्वाद, जिनका सहयोग हमेशा हमें मिलता रहता है। डॉक्टर सूजन मैम, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ हेड ऑफ डिपार्टमेंट होम साइंस। यस मैम, प्लीज।
Thank you, Dr. Seema Daftari, ma'am. The best and the beautiful things in the world cannot be seen or even touched. They must be felt by the heart. Thank you is one such word among all. Today, my words are not enough to express the gratitude to the entire team for planning, preparing, and conducting such a fruitful conference, as an event like this cannot happen overnight. I would like to thank the management of the college for their constant support and encouragement. Heartfelt thanks goes out to our beloved principal ma'am, Dr. Rita Jain ma'am, for a constant support and trust in us, as the wisdom that is radiated in her is a source of energy within us. And thanks goes to all our faculty members, teachers who always stood beside us. And we feel proud and thank you all the members of the advisory committee and the panel of judges who have been a dedicated team working behind the success. I would like to mention the name Dr. Anju Sharma ma'am, Dr. Kavita Tak, Dr. Latika Chandel, Dr. Anita Sharma, Dr. Rekha Nag ma'am, Dr. Kiran Joshi, Dr. Manju Acharya. Thank you all once again. And I would also like to thank the technical expert, Mrs. Renu Patria ma'am, Ms. Shivangi Tamboli, and Atul Tiwari sir. As in a time like this, when we were all needed the support of technical very badly, we thank you for being the backbone and making this program a success. And also thank you, Dr. Seema Daftari ma'am, for moderating us and being with us constantly. The theme of the conference has been sustainable goals. As we know, the Sustainable Development Goals, also known as the Global Goals, was adopted by all the member states of United Nations in 2015 as a universal call of action to end poverty, protect the planet, and ensure that all the people enjoy peace and prosperity. India is a prominent developing country and has played important role in shaping sustainable development goals. As we have come to the end of a very good beginning, let's move forward from this time onward. Whatever we vividly imagine, ardently desire, and enthusiastically act upon must inevitably come to pass. These 2 days has really been a harmonious journey and we had an enriching time, and I hope you all agree with me. As you have been listening to approximately 12 speakers, 30 paper presentations since last 2 days. It was a time wherein we got a good knock of interaction between the young generation and the academicians, experts, research scholars, and corporate experts. On behalf of the organizing team, I would like to remain ever grateful to all the speakers for joining us from different parts of the country and across the seas and enriching all of them. I would like to thank Dr. Anil Mehta sir, Professor Nafis Khan sir, Ms. Garima Datta ma'am, Mr. Nikhil Melani, Professor Imran Salim sir, Dr. Anirban Sen Gupta, Dr. Shabnam Siddiqui, Professor Vishnu Parik sir, Ms. Riya Vedya ma'am, Dr. Ruchi Jain ma'am, Dr. Sushila Madan ma'am, Dr. Ekta Acharya, and Dr. Rahul Nargota sir for your valuable contribution and enriching us. Also, we have been fortunate enough to be backed up by a team of motivated and dedicated education partner ICT Academy, Mr. Avi Kumar sir, Arvind Babu sir, and Jitendra sir. Here, I would like to thank Ms. Monica Pundir ma'am and Ram Sarup ji, as we were all busy. She made sure and he made sure that we had something to munch
नहीं वो
upon.
अनुष्का का था कंपटीशन पर है ना इन्होंने शायद क्राइटेरिया बराबर नहीं लिया रिसर्च स्कॉलर फैकल्टी वाले में आते हैं इन्होंने क्राइटेरिया
स्टूडेंट्स का नहीं रिसर्च स्कॉलर का अलग कर देते स्टूडेंट्स का
माइक ऑफ कर लो
एक ई सर्टिफिकेट
Thank you. I appreciate that. Here, I would like to thank Ms. Monica Pundir and Ram Sarup ji, because when we were all busy with the conference, thank you for making sure that we had something to munch upon so that we could regain our energies. And also, I would like, last and not the least, thank all the participants of the conference, because without you, this conference would have not been successful. And once again, thanks to all those who have directly and indirectly worked behind the scenes. Some of you were not visible, but we know that you have really worked hard to make this a success. And definitely we'll have more time in 2022 as it is fast approaching and as the situations of COVID are getting under control. Hope we will have our next international conference offline very soon where we can meet face to face. It's always difficult to bid goodbye, but here I would like to say, till we meet again, take care, stay safe. God bless you all. Thank you.
थैंक यू मैम थैंक यू मैम आप अपना नाम लेना तो भूल ही गए आपके बिना वैसे मैंने पहले बोल दिया था लेकिन फिर भी यहाँ पर मैं कहना चाहूंगी दो कंपेयरिंग में थे कल हमारे साथ नीलिमा मैम थे उनको भी मैं बहुत बहुत थैंक यू बोलूंगी। और आज सूजन मैम थे हमारे साथ में, उनको भी बहुत बहुत थैंक यू बोलूंगी। और पूरी की पूरी टीम को कंग्रेचुलेट करूंगी कि उन्होंने इतना सक्सेसफुली, और कोऑर्डिनेटर मैम डेफिनेटली डॉक्टर वंदना शर्मा मैम की उनकी सोच की वजह से ये पूरा का पूरा कॉन्फ्रेंस पूरी की पूरी टीम ने करवाया। और पूरी की पूरी टीम को मैं जो टीम, क्योंकि मैंने एक चीज सीखी है कि टीम वर्क किसे कहते हैं, ये कॉमर्स डिपार्टमेंट से सीखने वाली बात है। तो हम भी ऐसा कोशिश करेंगे कि आप आपसे ये प्रेरणा ले और हम भी आने वाले समय में ऐसा कुछ बहुत ही बड़ा कुछ करके दिखाए। तो थैंक यू मैम हमें इतना अच्छा सिखाने के लिए। और चलिए बढ़ते हैं अंतिम पड़ाव की ओर, राष्ट्रभक्ति की ओर। राष्ट्रभक्ति ना एक दिन की मोहताज है, ना एक पल की मोहताज है, ये तो हमारे शरीर में खून की तरह चलती है। लेकिन मैं सभी से अनुरोध करूंगी, अगर किसी से सभी से पॉसिबल हो तो प्लीज राष्ट्रगान के सम्मान में अपनी अपनी जगह पर खड़े हो जाए। चलिए राष्ट्रगान के सम्मान में नेशनल एंथम करके हम इस कार्यक्रम को यहीं पर समाप्त करते हैं। राष्ट्रगान।
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा। विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा। तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे। गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
वंदे मातरम, भारत माता की जय हो। और इसी के साथ हम सभी लोग इसी उम्मीद के साथ कि हम बहुत ही जल्द आप सभी से रूबरू होंगे, फेस टू फेस रूबरू होंगे। मैं डॉक्टर सीमा दफ्तरी ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ एसएसजन सुबोध गर्ल्स पीजी कॉलेज सांगानेर आप सभी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देती हूँ कि आपने अपना प्रीशियस टाइम हम सभी को दिया। इसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत साधुवाद आप सभी का। ऐसे ही हमसे जुड़ते रहिए। और हम कहना चाहेंगे कि स्वागत में हमारे यहाँ तो लोग बिन बुलाए ही आते हैं, क्योंकि यहाँ पर स्वागत में फूल नहीं, स्वागत में दिल बिछाए जाते हैं। तो सभी से अनुरोध कि सभी लोग इस कोविड में स्वस्थ रहे, सेफ रहे, सुरक्षित रहे। और बहुत ही जल्द हम सभी लोग आप सभी से रूबरू होंगे। थैंक यू, बाय बाय, जय जिनेंद्र।